Chapter 21. When the baby dragon was just born, it was like a malnourished kitten. It was so skinny that only its neck, tail, and wings could be distinguished. It was as if it had no torso. She could barely feel its weight in her hands. However, it was different when they spread their wings. The wingspan was 3 times the length of their bodies. Each wing was a translucent piece of delicate skin. It was colorful and tightly stretched between the long thin bones. Dani was more miserable when she was young. Since the age of 5, she had been wandering between the 9 great cities. She lived a life of lack of clothes and food. She was very stunted. Plus, she was young, 14 years old, and did not have a good figure. Her apple-sized breasts could not provide enough milk at all. The baby dragon had no food. It was so hungry that it stretched its neck and hissed. It was like the chimney of a steam train. Hot white smoke came out of its nose and mouth from time to time. Dani tried to put jerky, mare's milk, bloody fresh meat, and cooked meat in front of them. However, the baby dragon only smelled it and moved its head away. She was very anxious. Cora did not know how to feed them. Before the 3 dragons were born, the dragons had disappeared for more than 100 years. Their legend could only be heard in the bedside stories of children before they went to bed. Until the first flame bath, when the black dragon broke free from Dani's arms and hungrily tore at a charred bone in the fire. Then, Dani understood. Dragons only ate meat that had been burned, and it had to be the kind that was burnt. They were still too young. They could not breathe fire and could not roast their own food. And the first thing that proved that dragons were indeed magical creatures was not because they were born from fire, but because of their astonishing appetite. Dani had tested it herself. They could eat 3 times their weight in food at once. What big eater, what unrestrained immortal, compared to the 3 dragons, they were like little brothers. This completely went against her scientific worldview. Dani could not imagine where the food went. Once, she deliberately pinched the black dragon's belly to feel the wriggling of the food, and then, there was no then. He kept eating, his belly kept wriggling, and eating. It was also because they ate a lot that their bodies were visibly growing day by day. Dani thought happily that she might be able to ride a dragon soon. In order to ride a dragon, the dragon must at least learn how to fly. Dani's gluttonous dragon was less than 2 feet off the ground every time it flapped its wings and fell to the ground. He was in a very sorry state. On this day, as the egg yolk-like sun struggled to climb out of the horizon, Dani was happy that her baby dragon could finally glide at low altitudes like a paper plane. Every time after feeding, she would use a bamboo basket to carry her dragon and find an open space to practice flying. The golden-red morning light splashed on the ground. Dani held the baby dragon and threw it up. The young dragon flapped its wings and leaped forward. Then, she bent down and scooped up another one from the ground. The dragon whelps that had fallen to the ground would crawl to their mother's side and line up, waiting for the next test flight. At that time, there would often be a group of children who looked like mud monkeys. They would only wear a pair of shorts and hide behind the hills in the distance. They would open their round almond-shaped eyes and peek at them curiously. From time to time, they would exclaim in satisfaction. Around 10 in the morning, the Mom-min women would shout loudly for their children to go home to eat and sleep. Well, they would usually sleep until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. After tidying up, they would continue on their way. Other than the Kal and Co., the children would only have a mother and no father. Other than a few, most of them would not be able to tell the father apart. Kalasar would be responsible for raising the children. When the children grew up, they would repeat the fate of their parents. The women would be responsible for giving birth. The men would become warriors and follow the Kal to conquer the world. This was how the Dothraki had lived for thousands of years. Perhaps, the future would change. After all, the change had already happened. Dani carried the basket on her back again. Carrying the 3 little dragons, she slowly returned to the tent. First, she rubbed off the dirt on her body with the red sand. Then, she shared some jerky with the dragons. She then hugged the dragons and lay down on the straw curtain and fell asleep. This time, with the tent set up close to the low wall that Danny had built, Doria could finally sleep peacefully at noon. Previously, even most of the Ma Min could not stand the stuffy heat and could barely sleep, let alone this Liss girl. Even though Danny had fulfilled her responsibilities as the leader of the Khalasar, this was the Red Wasteland, the Purgatory Plains. At dusk on the third day, the Khalasar had only traveled for half an hour when an old man's head tilted and he fell off his horse. As Danny had set up a stricter bull record system, she, who was at the front of the group, immediately knew about the old man falling off his horse. Leaving Ago and Ricardo to accompany her, Jogo continued forward with most of the Khalasar. The main group could not stop. Further ahead, there were still scouts looking for water waiting for them. The old man who fell off his horse had a pair of blue eyes that glowed with the white of a dead fish. His skin was also much fairer than the other tribesmen, and the roots of his white hair had a golden luster. He was not a Dothraki, but a slave of Drogo Khalasar. Danny still had a transmigration mission. Liberate the slaves. So after she took control of the Khalasar, the first thing she did was to remove the slave collar from the slaves' necks and grant them the identity of bannermen. The old man in front of her with a broken left arm was the first batch of beneficiaries of the new system. Danny brought the bag of mare's milk to him and asked, "How old are you?" After examining him, she did not find any signs of heatstroke or dehydration. Instead, she saw his mouth. He was so old that one of his teeth was gone. I don't remember, Khaleesi." The old man drank the fermented mare's milk and woke up from his stupor. "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Danny asked again. Cough. "My hand." The old man groaned in pain. Danny frowned. Of course, she knew that his hand was broken, but she wanted to know how the old man fell off his horse. She spent about 20 minutes cleaning up the broken arm and used 2 pieces of wood to fix the old man's reattached arm. Even if it was a comminuted fracture, that was all Danny could do. A doctor without medicine was no different from an ordinary person. She ordered the wrangler, Effendi, carry him to the carriage. Effendi was the commander of the old man's Nyolu. He was in charge of a team of old men. Usually, he was responsible for herding and looking after supplies. The 2 old men took down a few tents from the cart to make room for the old man. They then hung the tents on the old man's saddle. The team continued to move forward. "Khaleesi, we should leave him here." "His time is up," Iri, the maid beside Danny, announced to the crowd. No one should live longer than their teeth. The rest of the centaurs agreed. Danny disagreed. "Have you ever thought about it? The Khalasar does not keep useless people. How can he live for so long? It must be because Cow needs him. I guess he must have some amazing skills. Maybe it's medicine, maybe it's literature." She immediately shook her head and denied it. "It can't be literature. Maybe his herding skills are especially good. Isn't that right, Effendi?" Effendi rode behind Danny. When he heard the call, he agilely whipped his horse to her side. He was half a horse behind her and praised in an exaggerated tone, "Khaleesi, your eyes are like torches. Nothing can be hidden from you." Although the flattery was a little stiff, it was a compliment from the mouth of a Dothraki. It was as rare as seeing a penguin in the North Pole. "What unique skill does he have?" Ago asked curiously. "Watson is proficient in 12 types of spring cry." "Yes, Blue Eyes Volantis is Watson," Effendi added. "Spring cry." Danny looked puzzled and asked, "What is spring cry?" "Sigh, those who live in stone houses are so troublesome." Effendi waved his hand. Danny's face turned red. She immediately understood that it was the secret art of the Spring Palace. What kind of unique skill is that? She felt like she had been slapped in the face and was very unhappy. Effendi observed her expression and panicked. He tried hard to recall what old Watson had boasted to him before and said, "Khaleesi, even the famous Kayuan, the world's training center for female slaves, only knows 7 types of spring cry. And Watson, he is a Volantis." Before Valeglia was destroyed, only the Dragon King knew the skills. Although only 5 types have been passed down, it is enough to dominate the world. Volantis was the only city that survived the Great Calamity in the Free Fortress of Valeglia. It was one of the 9 free trade cities today. The ruling class of Volantis was the same as the Targaryen family, the Orthodox Valeglia nobles. The Targaryens were exiles back then. Even if he is the best in the world, he is already so old. What is the use? Why is the Khal still keeping him? Dany was puzzled. He is Khal Hago's father, Effendi said solemnly. Khal's father cannot be abandoned. Hago. Khal. Was Hago the Khal of another Khalasar? Dany was even more puzzled. It was not Khal Drogo's blood brotherhood guard. It was blue-eyed Hago from 20 years ago. Our Khalasar is so young now, but there are at least 3 children named Hago. I see. This Watson is not simple. Dany nodded and pulled the white lion cloak closer to her chest. She lamented, the son of a slave actually became a Khal. Mixed blood. Hago's mother was a Dothraki. Watson served the previous Khal very well. He was proficient in 12 types of village cry. His valiant son became a bandit. After that, blue-eyed Hago became a Khal and made a name for himself in the Sea of Grass. Until he met Khal Drogo's father. Effendi sighed. Dany nodded inwardly. A person's worth did not only depend on their strength. An old person's wisdom and rich experience was also a valuable asset. Khaleesi, you know that Khal Drogo was stolen when he was young, right? Effendi suddenly asked. I know. It was Kaholo who risked his life to bring him back. At that time, Kaholo had 2 deep scars on his face. At the same time, he became the Khal's most trusted partner. He even became Drogo's blood brotherhood guard. At this point, Dany suddenly had a thought. She exclaimed, could it be blue-eyed Hago? Chapter 22. In the end, he isn't a pure centaur blessed by the old woman at the foot of the Mother of Heaven. Blue-eyed Hag has martial skills that don't lose to any great Khal, but he doesn't have their courage. Just like those who live in stone houses who are good at using poison and tricks, he has been tainted by Watson's blood and is used to using shameless methods to attack his enemies. Old Avanti had a look of disdain on his face as he shook his head and said, sending people to sneak into the enemy's Khalasar and kidnap the Khal's son is something that has never happened in the Sea of Grass for thousands of years. Everyone knows that we Dothraki ride wild horses and use the scimitars in our hands to solve problems. Dany couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. That blue-eyed hag was too unlucky. If his father wasn't proficient in the art of spring crying, but rather the art of war like Gueguzi or the 36 stratagems. With his nimble mind and his awareness of shameless things, it was very likely that he would have created a golden family. The group chatted as they slowly caught up to the main group. Even though the scorching hot winds would blow up the red sand and wipe out any traces of the group walking on the Purgatory Plains, the process would still take a day or 2. Dany's group was only an hour's ride behind the Khalasar. On the ground of red sand and gravel, there were still footprints of horses. Under the blood-red light of the blood-tear star, the fine traces were like a shallow river spreading across the red desert. It was very eye-catching. Avanti was old and shrewd. After a few conversations with Dany, he found that she was a very gentle and kind Khaleesi. Gradually, his courage grew and he said to her rebelliously, the comet in the sky makes it convenient for us to travel at night, but that red color that is like the blood of a god is also full of misfortune. Especially in this purgatory wasteland, the red sand, the dark sky illuminated by the blood-tear star, it's like a red hell. It seems like something bad has happened without us knowing. Yes, I think so too. That old man with the impressive record agreed. Gradually, even Dany's blood riders started to feel uncomfortable. This old man, how dare he deceive people in front of me? Dany was furious. Let me ask you, did the comet appear before Khal Drogo was buried? She rebuked. The old man was shocked by her stern tone and said, no, let me ask you again, is the blood-sobbing star the symbol of Khal Drogo? Yes. Is Khal's steed as red as charcoal? She asked again in a threatening tone. Yes, was Call accompanied by 500 warriors who died bravely in battle? Yes, as Danny shouted, the surrounding horse people turned from fear to confusion, and then gradually, confusion. There was a look of understanding on his face. At this moment, Danny concluded, our Call rode a steed into the darkness kingdom amidst the raging flames. That comet was Drogo riding a red steed. The trail of blood behind the comet was his blood legion leading 500 roaring warriors on the battlefield. Just like when he was alive, they followed behind Call. Their heads were all cut off. How could they not dye the sky red? She questioned Effendi. Because Drogo knew that we were traveling at night and hiding at night. He knew that we were passing through the red wasteland with difficulty. That was why he refused to leave and led his subordinates to protect us. When we are completely safe, Drogo will truly enter the darkness kingdom. Danny's words were impeccable. The comet had to leave sooner or later. When it was completely safe, wasn't it up to her, the big boss, to decide? As expected, the horse people were convinced by her words. They all had a look of realization and looked at her with respect and admiration. The old horse person Effendi was also sincerely convinced. After all, Call rode his steed into the stars amidst the raging flames. This was something that everyone knew. Danny's words were flawless. Everything was too coincidental. Coincidences were like fate. Calixi, you are as intelligent as the old woman in Horse King City. He praised. The old woman in Horse King City was the leader of the Dosh Khaleen. Danny didn't like to hear this. She didn't want to be a Dosh Khaleen, even though she was theoretically already a Dosh Khaleen. Afanti, Hua is sick and can't drink water. Give him your share of the mare's milk. Danny said, and without waiting for his reply, she turned her horse and left. Effendi opened his mouth wide. His face was filled with confusion and grievance. I am also an old man. I need horse milk. Back at the Khalasar army, Danny's explanation of the weeping blood star spread quickly. The horse people secretly looked at Calixi, who was at the front of the army, while whispering. Although there were some embellishments, the general explanation was still the same. Sigh, even his son died. How could Call not weeping blood? Calixi must be secretly weeping blood too, right? Yes, hundreds of warriors died on the battlefield with the young master. How tragic. Their blood dyed the sky red. We can rest assured now. Previously, I was scared to death. Leaving a bright trail of blood in the blue sky in broad daylight. I thought it was a bad omen. To a large extent, the superstitious horse people reduced their worries and increased their confidence. Actually, it wasn't only Danny and her Khalasar who were affected by the weeping blood star. Because it was getting brighter by the day, it dyed the sky red and was as bright as dusk. During the day, it was as bright as the sun, as if a knife had slashed the face of the god of the sky. The entire world of ice and fire was panicking. Like Danny, they tried their best to describe it as a sign that was beneficial to them. For example, the King's Landing court called it the Red Messenger, announcing the birth of a new king to the world. Well, Robert Baratheon, who stole the throne of the Danny family, was killed by his own wife. His real son, Joffrey, inherited the throne. However, because of the rebellion of the four lords, Stark, Tully, Tyrell, and Theon Byra, the prices of King's Landing soared and the people did not have enough to eat. The news of Queen Cersei Lannister and Jaime Lannister's incest was publicized by Stannis Baratheon, and Joffrey's brutal competition with the Mad King. Several reasons added up, causing the King's Landing to be boiling with resentment. The people of the city called the comet the Red Sword. The red sword of blood and fire was a sign that the heavens were about to punish Cersei and her son. After the great victory in the Forest of Babbles, Big John pointed at the red trail across the blue sky and laughed to his lord, Robb Stark. That is the old god's banner of vengeance for Ned. Tully, the young lord of House Tully, was delighted to think that it was the Tully family crest, a white fish on a blue background, a trout leaping out of the river. Well, Tully saw a fish with a long tail, a fiery red against the blue sky. On the Iron Islands, Balon Greyjoy was in high spirits as he said to his vassals, "That is a good omen for our time in, a burning torch, no different from the one my people held in ancient times. The torch that the Anami brought from the sea is a sign of the coming tide. At this moment, we should assemble the fleet and let the sword and the fire descend upon the world, just as he did in the past." In the land of House Targaryen, the birthplace of Dany Liss, the westernmost outpost of the free citadel of Valeglia, Dragonstone Island. The red-robed Melisandre told the current lord of Dragonstone Island, Theon Stannis Byra. "This is the dragon's breath, the star of weeping blood. The ancient prophecies will come true on you." Then she said the prophecy that represented the core of the Song of Ice and Fire and the final prophecy. "After the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and cold darkness will envelop the world. At this terrible moment, a warrior will draw a burning sword from the fire. That sword is the Lightbringer, the red sword of the heroes. The one who holds it is the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, and he will drive away the darkness. Now, the long summer is near, and the star of weeping blood has appeared. Azor Ahai will be reborn in the land of smoke and salt, and awaken the dragon in the stone. Your Majesty, you are the one in the prophecy, the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. You are destined to save the world." "Sigh, why me?" Stannis gritted his teeth. "I just want to be a good brother, a good subject. Why do I have to become a king? Such a responsibility." Blue Kirby of Phoenix's Breath Castle, Theon of Theon, Martell of Dorne, the Night Watchers on the Great Wall. Everyone saw the red comet in the sky, and they all had their own understanding of this unprecedented phenomenon. At this moment, in the faraway Westeros, no one knew that when the stars were weeping blood, a certain someone had been reborn, and had even awakened the dragon in the stone. It seemed, alright, Dany was definitely not the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. She was just the last layer of the Matryoshka doll. On the third day of their journey south through the Red Wasteland, Dany's Khalasar had traveled about 130 kilometers, which added up to about 300 kilometers in 3 days. They did not consume much food. They had at least 1 horse per person, so they did not lack horse meat. The key was drinking water and the extreme living environment. "Khaleesi, the amount of bitter water we encountered today was less than yesterday. Many of our water bags are empty," Kaluo said bitterly. Dany wiped her face and forced herself to be alert. This was the 3rd time she had set up camp. Just like yesterday, they had built a low curved stone wall. After settling the matters of the camp, the eastern horizon was already turning white. After thinking seriously for a while, Dany said seriously, "The drinking water of the centaurs and horses cannot be lacking. Kaluo, I'll teach you a new way to get water." She brought Kaluo and a dozen centaur warriors to a high ground, and pointed to the plains below. "Have you noticed? Some places are overgrown with weeds, but most of them are devoid of plants. If you look further, you can see that the places where the devil's grass are the most flourishing can almost form a line. Perhaps there's an underground river there, or perhaps it was once a river." Up until now, the first stream they encountered had already disappeared without a trace. There were only patches of reddish-brown devil's grass that kept giving them hints and guesses. Dany's method was simple. She split the group into 2, and the strongest warriors rode forward for dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. They walked along the places where the devil's grass was the most abundant, digging pits along the way. They dug deep pits, deep enough for underground water to seep out. Even if there was no water, the sand would be dampened. The second batch of knights would also filter the dampened soil on gauze. Compared to filtering water from puddles, this method was slower and less efficient. The pits could not be dug too big, or else they would not be able to find rocks or tree trunks to block the hole. They could only dig more holes, and deeper holes. Dany even demonstrated once in front of everyone. She scooped up the bitter water pit and placed the mud she dug out into the cloth bag set up by the tent. Droplets of dirty water dripped from the bottom of the cloth bag, and the holes where the mud was dug out began to seep out. Seeing this, the centaurs all cheered, as if they had already defeated this terrifying red wasteland. Cora pulled Dany aside and said worriedly, "Your Highness, you are sacrificing the energy and lives of the healthy warriors to feed the useless old and weak. Chapter 23. Yora was right. In order to complete Danny's 3 water fetches mission, the 2 batches of knights fetching water would increase their physical labor by several times. Whether it was digging deep pits on the hard gravel ground or sending water back and forth to Kala, the knights' rest time would be greatly reduced, and the time they had to work under the scorching sun would increase accordingly. Perhaps, this is my tribe. No matter if they are old or weak, sick or disabled, they are all my subjects. I have the responsibility and obligation to protect everyone's life and safety, Danny insisted. But what about your warriors? They may die of exhaustion on the way to find water. Danny only hesitated for a moment before regaining her solemn expression. Warriors dying in service to the people is the most glorious and great end. Service to the people? Yora was stunned. It was the first time he heard of such a saying. It seemed reasonable. At least it was more meaningful than 2 idiots who had nothing better to do and killed each other with knives. But he did not care about Ma Min's life or death or honor at all. He only planned for the best for his princess. Yora clenched his teeth and persuaded in a low voice, "Your Highness, your method of fetching water is excellent. If it's only you and those 80 elite warriors, we can definitely walk out of the wasteland unscathed." Why don't? His eyes were dark and unpredictable, and there was an indescribable coldness in his voice. Why don't we take the supplies while they are sleeping and leave quietly? It's better for 100 people to survive than for the entire Kala to collapse. You have gold. When you reach the coastal cities, you can buy a ship to any free trade city-state or secretly buy a manor to wait for the dragon to grow up. Danny shook her head and sighed. Sir, I am their Calixi. Don't say such things again. Sigh, all right. Sir Yora's expression changed from solemn to relaxed. It was unknown whether it was the indifference after completely giving up. Your Highness, you have to be mentally prepared. The people will probably start dying soon. You are not a god and can't help everyone. How far are we? Danny asked worriedly. 3/4, at least 2/3. This is under the condition that we have been walking in a straight line. In fact, we have taken a detour because of the riverbed, Yora said uncertainly. At this moment, Danny also understood that a crisis was coming. The deeper they went into the red wasteland, the less water they found. Today, the water supply was almost at its limit. Tomorrow, we should abandon a bunch of old horses, Danny decided. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and said with a smile, I almost forgot about the most important water source. Where? Cora asked in surprise. Forget it, it's not time yet. She waved her hand and smiled. Of course, it was urine. How many times had Bear Grylls drunk urine? Drinking urine was child's play for the man who stood at the top of the food chain. He remembered the most exaggerated time when he poured the blood of a sea turtle into his anus, causing him to scream. The blood of sea turtles was too pungent, and one would vomit after drinking it. The large intestine could absorb the water in the blood. Although it was a little disgusting, it was nothing compared to his life. In times of crisis, he would definitely try to fill his intestines with horse blood. Anyway, Danny was Calixi, and she would never be short of water. Thinking of this, Danny looked at Cora with a strange gaze. What's wrong? Deshion felt a chill crawl from the back of his neck to his tailbone. Nothing. Danny turned her gaze and walked towards her tent. I'm going to train the dragon. Danny lifted the leather curtain with a bamboo basket on her back and saw Effendi riding an old horse and stopping in front of her tent. Calixi, Watson is dying. He's going to die. He shouted anxiously. Sigh, I know. Danny sighed and prepared to leave. Effendi hurriedly asked, Calixi, what's the arrangement for Watson's funeral? Danny stopped and said in confusion, he's a Volantis, and I don't know their customs. You can ask him. He wants to be cremated and buried with us. I can't decide, so I'm here to ask you. Effendi quickly said. Now Danny understood. In the plains where resources were scarce, charcoal was mostly used to filter sewage. Even the roasted horse was cooked in a big pot to save firewood. And buried with us, Danny had no choice but to carry the 3 dragons and follow Effendi to his cattle tent. Although the centaur tent was small, it could be shared by 3 or 4 people. There was no need to place too many things, just enough blankets, straw mats, and sleeping bags. Seeing Danny coming over, the other 2 old men greeted her and left, leaving them some space. Hearing Calixi's doubts about the funeral ceremony, Toothless Old Man said with difficulty, "The Volantis nobles originated from the ancient free fortress of Valeglia. Like your Targaryen family, cremation is popular. I'm just a slave born by the Rhone River. Logically speaking, I should choose a river burial and a burial, but, cough cough cough." The old man coughed for a while, his old face showing a longing expression. "But my haggle is Khal. He's like Khal Drogo, a great centaur warrior. In the end, he rode a blazing warhorse and rushed into the Night Kingdom of the Horse God. I think, cough cough cough," Danny said sympathetically, "you don't have to say any more, I already understand. I've already removed your slave collar. You're no longer a slave but a centaur. I'll bury you according to centaur customs. The horse god will accept you." Hearing this, the old man was excited and worried. His spine arched as he struggled to raise his body. He looked at Danny with his hopeful blue eyes and asked, "Really? Can I really do that? The horse god will let me enter the Night Kingdom? But I..." Danny rolled her eyes and said seriously, "You've seen the comet in the sky. You know what it means, right?" The old man was puzzled and nodded reluctantly, "I've heard. That's Khal Drogo and his blood guards leading 500 warriors. Oh, and your little Khal. Blood stains the sky. To hell with blood staining the sky." Danny's mood instantly turned sour. However, she couldn't be jealous of the old man who was about to die. Hence, she glared fiercely at Effendi who was standing beside her and made a mental note of him. Yep, he must be trying to mislead everyone. How about this? You ride the blazing warhorse and meet up with the Khal in the sky. When we're out of danger, the Khal will lead the warriors into the Night Kingdom and bring you along. Drogo is the greatest Khal. The horse god won't stop his subordinates." Danny comforted him. "That's great." The old man looked like he was relieved of a heavy burden. His arched body slammed back onto the grass curtain. Danny heaved a sigh of relief. Old Watson jumped up like a zombie and grabbed Danny's wrist tightly. He said uncertainly, "But Khal Drogo doesn't know me. Will he accept me?" "This." Danny thought for a while and said happily, "It's okay. When we cremate you, I'll shout at the Khal in the sky and ask him to take you in. He'll be watching us and will definitely hear it." "Oh, that's great." The old man let go of Danny's hand and lay down again. Danny placed her hands on her knees and slowly straightened her back, but she couldn't straighten it. The old man didn't seem to have the strength to sit up anymore. He could only hold on tightly to Danny's silk pants. "What's wrong?" Danny squatted down and held his withered hand. "Calixi, you're a good person. I'm leaving and can't serve you to repay your kindness. I can only record my life's work in." Old Watson tilted his head and looked around. After a while, he raised his trembling right hand and pointed at a shabby brown leather bag at the corner of the tent. "There's a handwritten book with parchment paper. It records my life's work. I'll give it to you, Calixi." Life's work? Danny didn't forget his occupation. Although the 5 types of spring song that were passed down from ancient Valeglia were considered a cultural heritage in medieval Europe, exquisite erotic paintings could be passed down as family heirlooms. But she was the mother of dragons and had a bright future. She didn't want to develop that kind of special skill at all. Avatar was inexplicably glared at by Calixi before. He had been anxious, thinking about what he did wrong or what he did not do well. At this moment, he saw an opportunity to show off. Without waiting for Calixi's order, he immediately walked to the corner, opened the leather bag, and pulled out an A4-sized book with the thickness of a chinois dictionary. Looking at the Bible in front of her, Danny glared at the inconspicuous Avatar. Avatar was so scared that his hand trembled, and the thick book fell to the ground. His eyes widened as if he was about to despair. The book fell at Danny's feet and the pages flipped open. She poked her head out to take a look. Sure enough, the first thing she saw was a picture that made people daydream. It was still a painting, a charcoal sketch. It was a difficult move even for a gymnast. There was Valeglia's text explanation next to it. It seemed that the annotations were very detailed. She quickly closed the book, coughed softly, and said, "I accept your gift, thank you." Old Watson nodded. He caught a glimpse of the white dragon that climbed from the bamboo basket to Danny's ear. His turbid eyes that were about to extinguish flashed a glimmer of light. He gasped and said, "Calixi, this book took me more than 60 years of painstaking effort. I thought. Now I realize that it was born for you, and only you can make better use of it." Danny was embarrassed and angry. If it was another person or another scene, she would have already punched him. This dead old man is so bad. He actually treats me like this. She didn't want to stay a moment longer. She vaguely responded with a few words, and then got up to leave with the thick sheepskin book. "Hey, wait a minute." The blue-eyed old man grabbed the strap of Danny's sandals. "Calixi, I almost forgot. There is still a sacrifice." "I didn't forget. Your horse was dishonest. It actually threw you off its back. Later, I will help you choose a more docile one to kill and bury with you. If you need, I will also prepare a bag of gold medals for you, as well as a warrior's matching scimitar and bow." Danny quickly made a promise. "Thank you." The old man didn't finish the word, "thank you." His head tilted, his hand loosened, and he died. The happy and expectant expression froze on his shriveled old face. Chapter 24. The tale of the Blood Comet has really grown a little longer. Watson has joined the Calls team. Ago exclaimed as he pointed at the bloody trail in the sky. When normal horse people were cremated, they actually did not need to search for signs in the night sky. However, Danny was a woman of her word. After placing the old man's body on the small cremation platform, she actually yelled at the sky in front of everyone. Then, the horses were shocked to discover that the tail of the comet had grown a little longer. The comet was approaching the planet. Theoretically, it would get brighter and brighter, and the tail of the comet would get clearer and clearer. However, it was impossible for there to be such an obvious change with just a few words. Illusion. Everything was an illusion. However, Danny did not correct them. Instead, she ordered with a solemn and mysterious expression, "Kill the horse." A stubborn horse was brought over. It was indeed more robust than Watson's previous mount. 2 warriors pressed down on the horse's head. The third centaur's scimitar flashed. A white line reflected the red light of the torch and cut through the dark night sky. The horse neighed and struggled, but it only made the blood arrow in its neck more intense. The dark red horse's blood fell into the copper basin below like a waterfall. "Bring the docile grass horse over," Danny said again. An old Dothraki warrior stepped forward. He carried a grass horse made of wooden sticks and demon grass on his shoulder. Astral projection. She pointed at the struggling horse with her right hand and shouted in Mandarin, English, Sichuan dialect, and Dothraki without stopping. In the eyes of her Kara the subordinates, Khaleesi seemed to be chanting a series of mysterious incantations. "Mommy, mommy, coax." After chanting a few more incantations that Danny herself did not know the meaning of, she swung her arm and pointed at the grass horse with her left hand. "Return to your position." Under the respectful gaze of the horses and the confused gaze of Yora, Danny panted for a while. Then, she glanced at everyone and said, "All right, the spirit of the horse has entered the grass horse. This will be a rare horse with the docility of a grass horse and the strength of a fierce horse. Old Watson will no longer have to worry about not being able to catch up with the call, nor will he have to be afraid of falling off the horse. Put the grass horse up." It's almost dawn. Prepare to light the fire. She waved her hand and ordered. Then what should we do with this? The warrior who was supporting the horse pointed at the tearful corpse of the horse and asked anxiously. Not only was Calixi the immortal and the mother of dragons, but she also knew how to use magic for rituals. How awe-inspiring! Are you stupid? Of course, we're going to roast it over the fire. Dani rolled her eyes and said snappily. She had worked so hard just to preserve as much food as possible while fulfilling the tradition of the horse people. While Watson's corpse was roasting in the fire, a group of horse people outside the fire began to get busy. Some were roasting horse meat, while others were cooking soup in iron pots. Horse blood, horse bones, barley, dried apples, turnips, and Sichuan peppercorns. There was no need to add salt, and the soup was fragrant. I don't know if it's the aroma of the food, or the burnt aroma of Watson's meat, or a combination of the two. The strange taste greatly increased people's appetite. Ma Min and Cora were both snoring as they ate. Dani couldn't stand it herself. She carried the bamboo basket on her back and a basket of roasted meat, using the excuse of dragon taming as an excuse to run away. On the fourth day, Khalasar set off at dusk, just like the previous few days. Along the way, they could see many waterholes marked with rocks and wooden stakes. The situation was a little better than the worst that Dani had expected. Most of the puddles had been filled with water by the second batch of nights, but when Khalasar came over and removed the stones on top, they could still see the shallow traces of water. Dani didn't let any of them go. As Khalasar walked, the water reserves were also depleted. She used the empty water bag to fill up all the seepage water mixed with mud. When they set up camp, she would pour it out and filter it. Even though the water shortage was temporarily alleviated, after about 3 hours of walking, someone in the group died. It was a half-year-old baby girl. Her mother cried her heart out. The whole group could hear her mother's pain and despair. Dani felt terrible, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't even know the cause of the baby's death. There was no heatstroke, no lack of food, and she passed away after pooping in her mother's arms for a long time. According to Dothraki tradition, the poor child was too young to ride a horse. She couldn't enter the endless black grasslands of the Night Kingdom. She had to be reincarnated. The child was buried in the sand on the spot. The group almost didn't stop to rest. Just like how they dealt with old Watson who fell off the horse yesterday, only Dani and the mother, Nyo Lu, stayed behind to deal with the aftermath. In the morning light of the next day, Dani laughed and clapped her hands towards the sky, cheering for her baby dragon's first flight. When the black dragon spiraled into the sky and disappeared into a small dot, Dani panicked and accidentally entered the dragon dream state. It was also the first time she was in the dragon dream state from afar without touching the black dragon. In fact, dragon dream wasn't the right word to describe this state. If one were to use the wolf spirit of House of Stark and his siblings as an analogy, Dani could be called a lesser dragon spirit. A wolf spirit, also known as a shapeshifter, was a human who could invade the consciousness of animals or other people and control their actions. For shapeshifters, if there was an emotional bond between the human and the animal, it was easier to do this. Therefore, wolves, a close relative of dogs, were the most common shapeshifters' companions. The person who controlled the wolf was called a wolf spirit, but it wasn't that he could only communicate with wolves. Bran, Rickon, and Arya of the Stark family, as well as Jon Snow, the titular protagonist of A Song of Ice and Fire, were all werewolves. They had the gift of shape-shifting, which was so powerful that it made others jealous. However, without systematic training, they still subconsciously denied and rejected their talent, so their abilities couldn't be fully displayed. There was no need to elaborate on Bran's strength. When he evolved from a shapeshifter to a green prophet, he would be able to walk on the timeline of the Westeros, change the past, and observe the future. Yes, the old gods observed the world through the weirwood, and the weirwood only existed in the Westeros, so the old gods' power shouldn't be able to reach Ursos. Jon's talent made the strongest shapeshifter of the barbarians, 6 Transformers, Valamir, wary. Then, how strong was Valamir? He was so strong that even when he was beaten to a pulp by the red-robed priestess, he still had the strength to possess other healthy humans. Even if fate wasn't on his side and the possession failed, Valimir didn't die. Instead, he possessed his own pet wolf. In the end, he was unlucky enough to meet the #1 shapeshifter of the Westeros, Bran. God didn't want him to live. Back to Arya, her Nymeria was released a long time ago. In the end, they both went to Braavos to become faceless apprentices. The wolf and Arya were separated by the strait, thousands of kilometers apart, but they could still communicate with each other often through the wolf dream. Finally, Rickon, who was only 3 years old, could predict the future to a certain extent through the wolf dream. Sansa's lady died too early. Her experience and life values were very different from those of the Northerners, so it was impossible to guess whether she had the talent of a wolf spirit. However, Robb Stark should also have a very strong talent. His direwolf could foresee the danger its master was in. It had warned its master several times that there is danger, or this person can't be trusted. It was as spiritual as a divine beast. It was just that Robb had forgotten about the wolf when he had a wife, and subconsciously rejected the danger premonition he received from the wolf. The wolf spirit was recognized as an evil creature on the same level as deviant ghosts and elves. Whenever a wolf spirit was discovered, everyone would kill it. The reason why there was such a public opinion was closely related to the history of the Westeros. As mentioned before, except for the children of the forest and the giants, all human beings in the Westeros were invaders and refugees from the past of Ursos. The children of the forest were a dark and beautiful race. They were short, and the height of an adult was about the same as an ordinary child. They had dark chestnut skin, large ears, and large golden eyes. However, some of the children of the forest with the talent of a green prophet had green or red eyes. If such a child of the forest fused with the heart tree, they would become a green prophet and gain green vision. That was the key. Shapeshifters originated from the children of the forest. They were the representatives of a lost civilization. 12,000 years ago, the first generation of invaders brought bronze weapons and fought with the natives for a place to live. One side was small and weak, with a small population, but had strange magic. The other side was tall and strong, with advanced bronze weapons, and had more people, but no superpowers. Both sides fought each other to a draw. On the small island in the center of God's Eye Lake, Thousand Faces Island, they signed an oath to divide the territory. This process lasted for 4,000 years. Because the first generation of invaders, the ancestors, had seen that the magic of the children of the forest, their beliefs were very loose. Gradually, the ancestors began to worship the mysterious gods of the children of the forest and became believers of the old gods. Perhaps it was due to their beliefs, or perhaps it was due to the hybridization of their bloodlines. Shapeshifters also began to appear among the ancestors. There was one shapeshifter in 1,000 people, and one green prophet in 1,000 shapeshifters. This ratio seemed a little low, but if one thought about it, almost every generation had 1 or 2 green prophets, then 1 or 2 Bran. Every generation had 1 or 2 people like the Bran. That was a little scary. Chapter 25. In the years after the vows between the ancestors and the children of the forest, the shapeshifters weren't heretics or monsters. Instead, they were respected prophets and priests. But 4,000 years later, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Undulls came. They carried steel weapons and a 7-pointed star that symbolized the new god was drawn on their chest. They armed themselves with firm beliefs and crossed the sea. Speaking of which, one couldn't help but want to complain, fuck, 4,000 years ago, you were already a bronze civilization. After living with the magical children of the forest for 4,000 years, the magical civilization didn't develop and the technological civilization, the civilization stagnated. 4,000 years and you didn't transition from a mature bronze civilization to an iron civilization. Eat shit. 6 of the 7 kingdoms were easily swept away by the Undulls, they didn't perish. Most of them chose to surrender, change their allegiance, or marry into the Undulls. Only the Northern Territory barely managed to preserve the power of the ancestors because of the natural barrier, neck. Neck can be understood as the shoe road of the Westeros. One man can hold back 10,000 men, and it's the only passage, without a Chen song, for you to secretly cross over. Actually, there's also the sea route. How difficult is it to pass through Neck? During the Five Kings struggle, the demoralized Tai Min used 63 archers to hold back the Northern Territory's 10,000-strong army for 3 whole years. When the Undulls invaded, the House of Stark wasn't the only powerful family in the Northern Territory. Other than the Stark, there were many powerful suzerain forces, such as the Bolton family, who loved to skin people. Don't underestimate the Little Skinner and the Old Leech for their unique tastes and perverse personalities. Their family's heritage didn't lose to the Stark family at all. Back then, a few House of Stark lords were skinned by the Bolton family. They used their human skin to make cloaks. How awesome! Back to the topic, in the process of unifying the Northern Territory, Stark was also in the process of breaking away from the ancestors. Although Stark kept saying things like, "I am the ancestors," and persisted in the tradition of believing in the old gods, they were no longer pure ancestors. The last recorded Lord of the Sea Dragon Horn was the Lord of the Sea Dragon Horn. He was known as the Wolf Spirit King, and was a loyal ally of the Children of the Forest. However, the Stark had killed him and his son, his pet beast and the Green Prophet, leaving only his daughters as spoils of war. Would the true ancestors have killed the Green Prophet? Do you still remember the sacred covenant you signed with the Children of the Forest on Thousand Faces Island? Only the savages beyond the Great Wall and the swamps in the next swamp could be considered the orthodox ancestors. They still retained their reverence for the Green Prophet, but Stark only had the blood of an ancestor. It wasn't just the House of Stark. The Lannister of Casterly Rock City, the Highlanders of Greenhand Garth, and Durrandon of Stormlands, Theon Byra inherited Stormlands after Aegon's invasion, were all descendants of the Forerunners and had thousands of years of faith in the old gods. At that time, shapeshifters were not monsters that everyone wanted to kill. However, after the Undulls successfully invaded the Westeros, the 7 gods without the 7 gods replaced the primitive but real old gods. It was a bit ironic. The Forest of Divine Trees, which represented the old Holy Church of the South, gradually became a garden for ladies and children to play in. Shapeshifters and the Green Prophet were gradually demonized and became almost like deviant ghosts. They became characters that must be killed on sight. Anyone who could communicate with animals in the south of the Great Wall would be killed immediately. After thousands of years, by the generation of Ed Stark's children, the spirit wolf had become an existence in fairy tales. Even if you loudly said that you were a spirit wolf, others would only laugh and laugh at you for daydreaming. That was why Jon, Arya, Bran, and even Robb were very resistant to their spirit wolf nature. Not only did they not develop their own talent, they even wanted to seal it. Dany's, Mother of Dragons, talent was definitely not inferior to the Green Prophet. The probability of a Green Prophet appearing was 1 in a million. During the heyday of the old gods, there were at least 1 or 2 in every generation. And Dany might be the only Mother of Dragons in Valeglia's 5,000 years of history. Yes, a genetic mutant. In the original plot, Dany Liz was even more resistant to her talent and instincts than Jon. She wanted to play with dragons, but her companions and subjects were afraid of them. She wanted to freely hunt with the dragons, but she was too busy to be distracted. Also, because she was worried that the dragons would go out and hurt people, she ignored the young dragons' cries and locked them up. She wanted to ride the dragons and fly away, but she remembered her duty to her subjects. At that time, she didn't even have a dragon dream. She almost unilaterally lost all contact with the dragons. Her black dragon could still sense her safety. That Dany Liz was a kind-hearted queen, a failed mother of dragons. She was a bit prejudiced. She was obsessed with her identity as a queen and completely gave up the title of Mother of Dragons. That was not only a title, but also the fundamental meaning of her existence. Now Dany was different. Even if no one taught her, she used her own way to develop her talent ability. Her efforts also paid off. In the flight of the Black Dragon, Dany obtained his vision through the soul connection of the dragon dream. Not only could a wolf spirit obtain the 5 senses of an animal, but it could also occupy a wolf's body. It couldn't be considered as controlling its behavior. Instead, it could be considered as temporarily possessing a wolf's body. The reason why Dani was only a secondary dragon spirit was that her control of dragons was much worse than that of a wolf spirit's control of companion animals. She could only receive information from the 5 senses of the black dragon. Not to mention becoming a dragon, she couldn't even control their actions. Moreover, except for the black dragon, not only could she not control different kinds of animals like a shapeshifter, but even the white dragon and the green dragon, Dani couldn't establish a stable dragon dream with them. It wasn't that the 2 dragons were rejecting her. How to put it? It was a bit like one skill slot could only choose one skill. As her connection with the black dragon became closer, the other 2 dragons had fewer dragon dreams with her. Actually, a wolf spirit also had a skill slot restriction. Those with high talents could control more animals, while those with low talents could only control one dog. Dogs were the most docile and easy to control. Valamir, who could control 6 animals, obtained the glory bandit title of 6 shapeshifters. Sir Yora told Dani that every dragon only had one master, and one person could only ride one dragon. Before the current master died, others couldn't ride his dragon alone. Well, outsiders could ride as passengers in the company of the dragon's master. Similarly, Targaryen, who already had a dragon, couldn't ride another dragon. Ah, what's that? Dani was suddenly awakened. Just a moment ago, she caught a glimpse of an unusual scene. The black dragon's vision was amazing. It seemed that it could see the scene dozens of kilometers away from 1,000 meters in the air. It wasn't very clear, and it didn't last long, but the color of the red wasteland was too monotonous. It was a uniform dark red. Previously, Dani could only see the blue sky, the red comet, and the dark red plains with varying degrees of clarity from the black dragon's perspective. Suddenly, the moment the black dragon turned, Dani saw that the dark red ground suddenly turned white. It seemed to be a city. A rocky hill with a special color. Big Black, stop being wild. Help me find that white thing just now. It seemed to be a city, she said anxiously in her heart. According to the Dothraki tradition, they shouldn't name animals other than humans. Dani didn't think that her dragons were animals. They were legendary creatures and didn't lose to humans. So, early on, she gave them names. Big Black, Little White, Little Green, alright, those were pet names. She often called them that. The black dragon wasn't called Wings of Death. It was a waste of his hellish black and red scales. But the name Wings of Death was too hateful. She didn't want her dragon babies to die prematurely. When he was invincible in the world, she wanted him to say with his big mouth that was emitting the smell of sulfur and death, "My name is Wings of Death, the destined destroyer of the world, the terminator of all things, and the cataclysm." Yes, it was very romantic. The other 2 were much more ordinary. They were emerald and white jade. The green dragon was crystal clear like jade. Its body was like the best emerald. It was a kind of green that was full of vitality. The white dragon's body was the gentle color of white jade. But along the bone lines, it was platinum like sunlight. It gave off a sacred aura that made people worship it. If others asked, she would tell them that the black dragon's scales were shiny like black crystals. That was why it was called Black Diamond. Emerald, white jade, black diamond. They were all beautiful and harmless gemstones that people liked. Their names were completely harmless. This could hide the fact that they were the most brutal creatures in the world. Hiss, the black dragon found the white that Dani needed. It was like a mirror reflecting a white light. The dragon's pupils shrank. The white light on the dark red ground was constantly enlarging. That's really a city. Dani shouted in joy. It was about 30 kilometers southwest of Kalasa, outside the range of her water cavalry team's exploration. What a close miss. She patted her chest in fear. The black dragon was a young dragon after all. It did not last long before it flapped its wings and fell back into the basket behind Dani. Danny immediately found Cora and told him about it. The knight was shocked. He was surprised by the appearance of the city. He was also amazed that the young dragon could see so far and that Danny could share his vision. "Your Highness, I've never heard of a city in the Red Wasteland. I didn't even know that there were humans living in this place that even demons despise." He rubbed his chin and said cautiously. Danny thought of the dry river she had seen before and said, "Maybe it's a civilization that was lost in the long river of history. It's too far away for the dragon to see clearly. I only know that the city is very big. It's definitely not a village. You and I both know that the Red Wasteland today can't support a large city." "An abandoned city?" Cora nodded and said thoughtfully, "Let the horse scout go first. That place can at least hide from the sun. 30 kilometers was only an hour or two ride." Before noon, Ago and the other 2 warriors returned. "Khaleesi, you're right. It's indeed a stone city. It's all white. But there are no residents. The city gate is broken, the houses have collapsed, and only the wind and flies are shuttling through the streets. It's a dead city. We don't know its name. There's no god's favor. We should avoid it." "Why?" Danny asked, puzzled. "It's better if there's no one. We can occupy it at will. If there are residents, I'm worried about their attitude towards Kalasa." Jichi said in a trembling voice, "Once the gods leave, the evil spirits will go out at night to hunt. It's best to avoid this place. Everyone knows that." "Everyone knows," Iri echoed. Chapter 26. The Dothraki liked to say, "Everyone knows." When they said this, they did not mean that everyone present knew something, but they were expressing a kind of established tradition. In fact, Ma Min's "everyone knows" was still very survival-wise. For example, Danny's handmaidens and Blood Alliance guards advised her to avoid the life-saving dead city because they were afraid of the demons. Ji Chi said, "Once the gods leave, the evil spirits will go out at night to hunt." Did it make sense? This made a lot of sense to the herdsmen who followed the grasslands and rivers. Why would a city die? In this era, in this world, there were usually only 2 reasons. The first was plague, and the second was war. Plague was needless to say, of course, it had to be avoided. The massacre caused by war would leave a city full of dead bodies, and the piles of dead bodies would also cause a plague. Ma Min was not afraid of war, but in the face of an almost irresistible plague, the germs that caused the plague were the evil spirits in Ma Min's mouth. The ignorant Dothraki summed up a set of survival rules adapted to this land through the bloody experience and lessons of their ancestors for thousands of years. "I have a dragon, any evil spirits will actively avoid it when they see a dragon." Danny could only comfort Ma Min like this. There was no need to remind her of the fresh, dead city that everyone knows. Danny would be alert and avoid it herself. But the ruins had been there for many years. No matter what caused its destruction back then, it would not be able to hurt them today. Without delay, Danny immediately ordered to recall the knights who were looking for water at the front. The Khalasar changed the direction of their advance, and the first 20 warriors set off at this moment to look for food and water in White City. In order to comfort the worried Ma Min, Danny also sent the Black Dragon to follow them all the way. Yes, she would enter the dragon dream state and command the little dragon. Things progressed more smoothly than she expected. An hour later, the Black Dragon followed the vanguard and arrived at White City. It was a white city as bright as the moon and as beautiful as a young girl. The white city walls and white towers shone in the dense afternoon air curtain, so beautiful that people would think it was a mirage. When they arrived at the outskirts of White City, at Danny's request, the Black Dragon struggled to fly into the sky from the bamboo basket on Ago's back. With just a glance, Danny could see through Blackie's vision that the city was filled with greenery. After getting closer, Danny was so excited that she left her dragon spirit state. "There are orchards, figs, grapes, and I see peach trees." She got up and held Dolia's hand, her joy overflowing in her words. "Our team is saved. We can settle down there and farm until the little dragon grows into a megalosaurus, ha ha ha. In the afternoon, when the sun was still hanging at a 45-degree angle in the sky, Danny impatiently urged Kalasar to set out. You don't have to be stingy this time. It's only a 2 to 3 hour journey. Gu and the others have already prepared fresh fruits and sweet well water. Let's work harder. Hope is right in front of us. Danny could not wait to gallop away. When they were 5 kilometers away from White City, Dahe flew over and landed on her shoulder. The sky fell into a yellow sunset. Danny and her Kala finally arrived at the White City wall. I didn't expect to see such a majestic building in the barren red plains. Sir Yora said to Danny in an incredible tone, even in our Westeros, such a city is not common. That's your Westeros. This is my White City. Danny's big violet eyes smiled like crescent moons. I declare that this city is occupied by me. Seeing Danny so happy, Yora also joked lightly, then Your Highness, please name your city. She tilted her head and thought for a while. She chuckled and said a word, White Cloud City. Then she rode the little silver horse and quickly ran into the city gate. From a distance, it was a beautiful city of pure white stone. The 3-foot-high city wall blocked all the dregs behind it. After entering, she found that there were broken walls in front of her. Devil's grass grew in the cracks of the floor tiles, and vines spread in the collapsed houses. Danny even saw that in the center of the street, there was a jujube tree as thick as a thigh, with sparse green and shriveled dates hanging on it. Maybe it came from a jujube pit decades ago. How long do you think this city has been deserted? She asked the people around her. Looking at how well it is preserved, it should be 20 or 30 years, Yora said uncertainly. Danny shook her head. Definitely more than that. She turned around and shouted to the old man who was holding a branch and standing on the saddle to pick dates, Afanti, come here. Oh, Calixi, I'm coming. Tut tut tut. The horse stepped on the gray stone floor, making crisp sounds. In a short while, it came to Danny. How old are you? Have you heard any news about this city in these years? Calixi, have some dates. Afanti flatteringly held 7 or 8 green dates the size of a pinky and handed them to Danny. You can eat it yourself. Danny shook her head. Only then did Afanti put the dates into the pouch on the horse's back like a treasure. He said thoughtfully, Calixi, I don't know how long I've lived. Many times in the Sea of Grass, there is a season for several years in a row. I'm so confused that I can't tell. I only remember that I've seen winter snow about 8 or 9 times. Not to mention the horse people who didn't invent a calendar at all, even the nobles of Westeros couldn't figure out the season and year. They relied on the scholars of the City of Knowledge to send out ravens to remind them every year. The world of ice and fire didn't have a fixed change of seasons. For example, Danny only remembered seeing snow when she was very young. She was like many teenagers of this generation, a child of summer. When was the last time it was winter? What season is it now? She turned her head and asked the most knowledgeable knight. It was a little awkward. Under Danny, the boors of Bear Island had become wise. Jorah Mormont scratched his reddened scalp and thought hard for a moment. He said, when I was still the Count of Bear Island, I think I heard the scholars say that this summer was especially long. At that time. About 6 years ago, counting. It should still be summer now. It's been 10 years. He looked at the sultry dark red sky. There was no way to deny that it was still summer now. You need a scholar. He sighed and suggested helplessly. If a scholar really comes to my side, I'm afraid that it won't be long before a detailed report about me and my dragon is placed on the desk of every Westeros nobleman. Danny said softly. It's not that bad. The scholar swears loyalty to the person he serves. Jorah muttered without confidence. He suddenly thought of himself, noticing Calixi's questioning gaze. Afanti was stunned for a moment before he said, in my impression, the Red Wasteland has always been a taboo place that can't be stepped into. Look, Calixi. As they talked, they walked towards the palace in the center of the city. When they passed by a place where 6 streets intersected, Agos suddenly exclaimed. He pointed at an empty marble pedestal and said, "The White City's god has been moved away by the centaurs. There must have been a Khalasar here. It's very likely that a Khal plundered the city." Ah! Old Afanti rode forward and circled the marble pedestal in the center of the street twice. He was also surprised. There really were centaurs here. When did that happen? How do you know? Danny was puzzled. Calixi, did you notice? Afanti held the horsewhip and pointed at the surrounding streets. This is the intersection of 6 streets. It's considered the city center. So, the White City's god should be placed on the marble pedestal. Danny agreed with this statement. She nodded. And? Have you forgotten? Only the Dothraki have the habit of robbing the statues of other races. Cora interrupted. With his reminder, Danny suddenly recalled a memory. After the Dothraki destroyed the city, they liked to rob the statues of their gods or heroes. The Holy Land of the Dothraki, starting from the Horse Gate, had a main road that ran through the Horse King's city, the Avenue of the Gods. There were countless statues on both sides of the path, some made of stone, some of bronze, some of iron, some of wood, and even some of Valyrian steel. There were statues of gods, statues of kings and heroes. There were even statues of evil gods and devils from the Shadowlands. It seems that this place has a longer history than we thought. It's at least 100 years old. The Dothraki army must have been able to come here because the river hadn't dried up at that time. Just a few hundred centaurs would never be able to take down this strong city. As they spoke, Danny and her Khalasar had already passed through the streets and arrived at the ruins of the palace in the center of the city. The centaurs were unwilling to live in the stone houses where ghosts wandered. Danny had no choice but to let them set up tents against the walls of the tall palace. There were walls to block out the sun. After everything was settled, the Khalasar sat in the square in front of the palace. The warriors sent first collected many fruits. There were figs, grapes, peaches, apples. Although the fruits were generally stunted, small and tasteless, her people all greedily reached out to grab them, pushing each other and stuffing the fruits into their mouths, making satisfied chewing sounds. The walls are white, the towers are white, the buildings on the streets are white too. The palace is still monotonous white, and there are white skeletons on the streets. It's all white as far as the eye can see. It should be called the City of Bones. Cora rubbed his hairy arms and said in a strange tone. In fact, there were burn marks everywhere in the city, but the black of the fire had become mottled with time. In the dark night, under the crimson light of the red comet, only the sound of the wind that sounded like the cries of ghosts echoed in the alley. It was indeed a little eerie. Danny's 2 centaur maids were already a little uneasy. When they heard the knight's words, they were so scared that they started to tremble. Jichi said with a sobbing tone, "Calixi, we can't stay here. This is the territory of the evil spirits. Listen, they're cursing us in the corner." "What City of Bones? Nonsense." Danny glared at Deshiong and said firmly, "This is White Cloud City. I'm the Lord of White Cloud City. This is my territory." Hiss. Dehay received her message and opened its mouth at the right time, spitting out a bright red dragon flame that was 30 centimeters long and as thick as a thumb. The dragon flame was mixed with a black smoke, which looked terrifying. The 2 maids stopped talking. Chapter 27. The next day, Danny personally walked around White Cloud City and started to regret killing all the lambs too early. The resources here were too rich, enough for them to live here forever. Almost every street and every large courtyard had at least one well, and the water in the well had not dried up. Thinking about it, Danny's team could get water from pits that were 1 to 2 meters deep, so the stone wells that were more than 10 meters deep were naturally filled with water. In the courtyards, between the cracks of the stone slabs, there were clumps of devil's grass, enough for horses and lambs to breed. Unfortunately, the lambs were all killed. Horses were not very good livestock, and killing them for meat was not cost-effective. After roughly touring the entire city, Danny immediately started the big construction. The old woman was in charge of clearing the weeds in the orchard and gathering fruits for the Commissar's daily needs. The strong woman was led by Sir Yora to tidy up the abandoned palace. The houses in the palace were enough for all the horse people to live in. The old man was in charge of feeding the horses, repairing the saddles, stirrups and horseshoes. Danny personally led the Blood Alliance guards and centaur warriors to demolish the low houses in the city's slums. The extra bricks were used to repair the palace, and the empty ground was plowed by the horses together with the bare ground. After that, Danny led the Commissar out and found a large amount of firewood and weeds outside the city. They spread the firewood and weeds on the freshly plowed ground, and the fire burned for a day and night. Then, they plowed a second time, mixing the ashes of the plants and the soil evenly, and sprinkling the selected large wheat grains into the soil. Well, in this world where summer could last for more than 10 years, there was no such thing as sowing in spring and reaping in autumn. If they really sowed in spring and reaped in autumn, humans would have starved to death after more than 10 years of summer. As long as the land was empty, as long as it was not winter, you could plant any crops. Peaches in spring and pears in autumn did not exist. Fruits that only appeared in different seasons on Earth could be seen on different fruit trees at the same time here. Turnips were also one of the staple foods in this world, and Danny's Commissar always carried them. At this time, the shriveled turnips were cut into pieces and stuffed in wet cloth to sprout seedlings, and then taken out and planted separately. Other than the turnips and barley that had been used as rations, they also discovered beets, onions, garlic, blackberries, peppermint, and other plants in the gardens of White Cloud City. The inedible flowers and plants in the garden were pulled out to feed the horses, and the empty space was used to plant crops. The children were not idle either. They wandered through the winding and complicated alleyways, shuttling between the windowsills of the houses, looking for ancient bronzes, rusted iron pots, and weapons. There were old men in the Commissar who knew the craft of blacksmithing. They had been Drogo's slaves, abandoned by the new Khals like Bono and Jocko because they were too old to lift hammers. Danny picked out the 4 weakest centaur warriors and had them change their jobs to blacksmiths. "We are great horse-riding warriors. We are born to kill and be killed. We cannot work as slaves." The centaurs seemed to have suffered a great humiliation, their faces flushed red as they protested loudly. Danny really wanted to mock them. "You didn't kill anyone, you'll only be killed. With your skills, other than helping others practice their saber techniques, what else can you do? Who said that blacksmiths can't kill people?" Danny put on a straight face and started to spout nonsense righteously. "Do you know who I am? I am the princess of Dragonstone Island, born in the storm. I was once the daughter of the king of the Sunset Continent. My brother Rhaegar was no weaker than any Khal except Drogo, but he died at the hands of a usurper. That man, Robert Baratheon, killed my brother and stole the throne that belonged to my father and my brother. He is almost as powerful as Khal Drogo, the greatest of them all." The 4 centaurs were confused. Of course they knew about Calixi's background. They knew that she was the last princess, and that was why the original Khal Drogo was willing to marry her. "Calixi, I don't understand," one of the centaurs said. "Sigh, that usurper, Robert Baratheon, a man as strong as Khal Drogo." Danny looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said in a melancholy voice, "He's just a blacksmith." Cough, cough, cough. Sir Yora choked on his own saliva. "I just want to tell you that even if you learn the craft of blacksmithing, you can still become a great warrior," Danny concluded. "But, that usurper, the Khal of the Sunset Continent, is he really a blacksmith?" the centaurs asked suspiciously. Danny's expression turned serious. She looked at Yora and asked, "Sir, in the name of the 7 gods and the old gods, tell them, what weapon did the usurper use?" "A hammer," the big bear said dryly. "Did you hear that?" Danny's sharp eyes swept across the centaurs. "Think about it yourselves, can you kill someone by smashing his head with a hammer? The usurper smashed your brother's chest. The red dragon made of rubies on his chest was smashed, and the rubies scattered on the riverbank. Later on, people called the place where Prince Rhaegar was defeated Ruby Beach." The big bear added with difficulty. You've also seen Sir Yora's iron armor. Arak's scimitar couldn't cut it at all, but the red dragon armor that was harder than him was smashed by a hammer. Dany spread her hands and looked around at the stunned centaurs. She asked and answered her own question, what does this mean? It means that blacksmithing has a great future. Now, are you willing to learn from a master blacksmith? She asked in the end. I'm willing, Calixi. I want to be a blacksmith too. Her blood brotherhood guard, Jogo, said excitedly. The way Dany looked at him, soon, the 4 blacksmith apprentices began to reforge the items they had collected under the guidance of their master. Not long after, the centaurs found a batch of scrolls in a stone house. Dany rushed over happily. Unfortunately, she found that the long time had changed the quality of the scrolls. Other than the first page on the surface, the rest of the scrolls were all pasted together. They would immediately shatter into powder if touched forcefully. However, she still had a great harvest. She found a scroll of map in the stone house that seemed to be a library. The words and pictures on it were already blurred. The parchment was also almost decayed. However, Dany still remembered her current location. Yes, the center of the map was White Cloud City. There was a continuous mountain range to the west. Further west of the mountain range, there were 3 cities marked. Dany easily identified the name of one of the cities. It was Myrene, written in the ancient Valeglia language. There was also a continuous mountain range to the east. Further east of the mountain range was the sea. The most valuable thing was the geographical information south of White Cloud City. The sea was directly south. There was no standard measurement, so she couldn't determine the specific distance. She could only measure the distance between White Cloud City and the Laza River. White Cloud City was probably between the Laza River and the sea in the south. Dany walked for 5 days. It was about 500 to 600 kilometers. However, they didn't walk in a straight line. The starting point was also not at the Laza River. She estimated that if they walked another 600 kilometers south, they would definitely reach the sea. This was good news. The second piece of good news was that there were 2 other cities within 100 kilometers southwest of White Cloud City. Similar to White Cloud City, they were cities located in the Red Wasteland. Like White Cloud City, those 2 cities should have turned into a dead zone over the years. Just as Dany thought before, the map marked that there was once a river that ran from the Laza River to White Cloud City and the other 2 cities. Now, the river had completely disappeared. So, Dany had 2 new pieces of farmland. For the second time, she regretted slaughtering all the lambs too early. Otherwise, she could have turned White Cloud City into farmland and developed the other 2 cities into pastures. That would have been perfect. Reality proved that she had thought too much. The next day, the knights that were sent out followed Dany's instructions and found the 2nd and 3rd white cities. Yes, they were the same as White Cloud City. They had white city walls, white towers and white buildings. Other than the fact that they were smaller than White Cloud City, there was almost no difference. However, Xiao Gu, who led the team to search for the cities, told her, Calixi, the nearest city is too strange. There was a circle of iron spears with red rust outside the city walls. There were skeletons hanging from the spears. When the breeze blew, I could hear them laughing. That was the devil's laughter. I didn't dare to go in. Dany was speechless. You also know that there was a breeze? Devil's laughter. If there were really devils, they would also laugh mockingly at you centaurs for being too cowardly. Xiao Gu seemed to have noticed Calixi's displeasure. He quickly took out an iron bracelet that glowed with black light from his pocket. In the middle of the bracelet was a fiery red opal the size of a thumb. The opal was fiery red and translucent. It was natural and unpolished. Calixi, look. I found it in the 2nd white town. It's just an opal. It's not worth much. Dany shook her head. How can it not be worth much? Cora was puzzled. He took the bracelet from Xiao Gu and said in a familiar tone, this opal is fiery red and translucent. It's natural and unpolished. It's not small either. In the Freedom Federation, it's worth at least 5 gold coins. If you remove the gemstone and give it to a skilled silversmith to embed it into a gold bracelet, the price will double. As he spoke, the knight's tone became sorrowful. His rough bearded face was gradually dyed with a mixture of sweet and painful memories. You're a man. Why are you so familiar with a woman's jewelry? Danny intentionally asked, wanting to understand his story. Cora looked around at the centaurs who were staring at him curiously. He hesitated and did not speak. Danny looked at her Blood Alliance guards. Ricardo, Adger, each of you pick 3 warriors. 2 old men who herd horses and 2 women who gather food. Each of you has 3 horses. Bring enough food and water. Go to the 3rd white town in the southwest and use it as a base. Head south, southwest, and southeast to search for places that are a day's ride. Search for 3 targets, the ruins of the town, animals, and possible humans. Remember, your safety is the most important. If you encounter animals you don't know, don't try to hunt them. Just remember their appearance and location. If you encounter people, can we try to make contact? She asked the old driver, Cora. Cora pondered for a moment. 2 people in a group. One person goes to communicate, and the other comes back to report. Danny nodded and said to the centaurs, let's do it this way. Then she said to Cora, who had just returned from the 3rd white town, blood of my blood, although there's no sign of humans here, since we can come here, others can also come here. I want you to lead 2 oxen to repair the gate. We lack stiff and heavy wood, so we don't need to repair the wooden gate. You can stack stones at the gate, leaving only a width for a horse carriage to pass through. Then build a small barbican behind the gate. However, Mom Min did not know what a barbican was. Even if Danny told him, Cora would not be able to do it. Let's do this for now. After the Blood Alliance guards left with Mom Min, Cora said hesitantly, Your Highness, what plans do you have for the future? Are you going to live here forever? Chapter 28. What do you think I should choose? Danny asked Sir Yora in return. With only 3 dragons in the world, no matter how glorious the future would be, she had to obediently lay low for now. Keeping a low profile and farming was the way to go. Bringing 3 little dragons that could be slaughtered at any time out to play would be the real idiot. Yora thought for a moment and said, there is not enough food here. I mean the blood food for the 3 dragons to grow up. It is said that Aegon's Balerion can swallow an entire bison in one gulp, or the legendary woolly mammoth that roams the cold wastelands. With the appetite of the young dragons, all the horses in Colossa will be eaten in less than a year, and a year is definitely not enough for the little dragons to grow into Megalosaurus. Danny lifted Big Black from the basket behind her into her arms and tried to poke her little finger into his mouth. The hot mucus made her feel a little stinging, but she could not even reach his throat. When would he be able to swallow a woolly mammoth in one gulp? Didn't I just let Ricardo go look for prey nearby? She said as she lowered her head to tease the struggling Big Black. Have we met any sand lizards that are bigger than dogs along the way? Yora retorted. Carnivores feed on herbivores. The Red Wasteland does not have an environment that can support tame prey. Dragons should not rely on others to feed them. From tomorrow onwards, I will train them to hunt by themselves, Danny said. Without prey, so what if their hunting skills are good? Yora was speechless. I don't expect the 3 of them to grow into Balerion here. As long as they become strong predators, they will not be easily killed by humans who covet, fear, and hate them. Danny turned to the knight with bright eyes and said in an unpredictable tone, Viserys told me that the nobles and commoners of the Westeros secretly sew 3-headed dragon flags at home. They are hoping for the return of the true dragon. What do you think? Yora smiled bitterly. Your Highness, I dare not lie to you. The great nobles are addicted to the game of power, while the lesser nobles and merchants are more interested in wine, women, and the tournament that represents glory. The commoners only hoped that it would be summer every year. It would be best if the legendary eternal summer came. The orchards would be full of fruits, and the fields would be full of golden wheat and sweet fruits. Then, the Lord would be merciful and not rape his wife and daughter, and not use his son as a target. They don't care about the king at all. It's useless to care because their lives have nothing to do with the king. So even if I leave this place, where can I go? Danny shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not like Viserys. He's not innocent either. He has no choice but to use lies to arm himself. Whatever my own wishes, the usurper will know that the last Targaryen has hatched a dragon, and they will send their strongest and most ruthless assassins after me and my dragon. I once wandered in Braavos for a few years, and I know that it is the most powerful and prosperous free trade city-state. I also know that the most powerful assassin in the world, the Faceless One, lives there. All mortals have to die. As long as the price was right, they could kill anyone. It was said that they had never failed. The price for killing me must be the highest, but no matter how expensive it is, what is it to a king? Yora thought for a moment and comforted her. The usurper will not send a Faceless One to assassinate you. The wine merchant who tried to poison you last time was not a Faceless One. Why are you so sure? I have a dragon now. It's different, Danny said. Because you have me. Yora thought to himself. Danny had watched Game of Thrones before, and she remembered a very important part of the plot. King Robert knew that Danny was pregnant, and he summoned his ministers to discuss how to solve the problem of the royal family. Because he strongly opposed the killing of women and children, I'd had a falling out with his good friend and resigned from his position as the hand of the king in indignation. That should have happened a year ago, and just 3 months ago, Danny was poisoned in Horse King's city. That council meeting, to King Robert and Prime Minister Ide, was about whether to kill the remnants of the Targaryen family. To the king and other council ministers, it was a meeting about how to kill Dany Rise and her bastard child. Among them, there was a minister who proposed to hire a Faceless One, and this resolution was almost passed. But Robert was a spendthrift king, and the treasury was empty and in debt. As the Minister of Finance, Littlefinger thought that a cheaper method should be chosen. Jorah Mormont. Yes, it was the tall man in front of her who looked simple and honest. He was a spy, a King's Landing spy who was responsible for collecting information on Dany and killing her when necessary. But Dany was not worried that Jorah would hurt her. Apart from the unreliable emotional factors, Jorah had no reason to betray her from the perspective of interests. The price that King's Landing offered was to give up the arrest warrant for Jorah and restore his status as the Earl of Bear Island. Compared to saving Dany from the dragon, that was nothing. Not only was the Earl of Bear Island worthless, Jorah did not lose the fief of the Mormont family. His aunt took over his position as the Earl. It was just stewing meat in the pot. In fact, without Jorah's protection, or if he really wanted to kill her, Dany Rise would have died long ago. The point was, if the people of King's Landing knew that Jorah was unreliable, would they send a Faceless One later? Because of the political chaos in the original plot, new kings kept appearing and falling, and the people of King's Landing seemed to have forgotten about Dany. But was she going to put her safety in the unreliable, original plot? The Faceless One is not an invincible assassin. The kings of the Targaryen family were not without enemies, but none of them died in the hands of the Faceless One. The Faceless One is a legendary existence to ordinary people, but in the face of the legendary Kingsguard, their tricks are not so effective. Jorah comforted her softly, and with a firm expression, he promised, "Have you forgotten? I am also a Kingsguard, your Queen's Iron Guard. If it was the White Bull or the Buddha's sword who said this to me, I would most likely believe it, but you are just an idiot." Jorah was a strong knight, but he might not be qualified to be a bodyguard. Well, with you here, I am very relieved. Dany smiled encouragingly. But let's try to stay here for a while. Then she extended her hand to invite him, and the two walked up the White Tower at the city gate. As they climbed up, they discussed the arrangement of the guards of the White Cloud City. When they reached the top, Dany threw the 3 dragons into the sky, letting them soar in the sky while hissing. A few days later, after the Black Dragon, the White Dragon and the Green Dragon also learned to fly and spit dragon flames. The 3 colorful little dragons chased each other under the blue sky. The sunlight shone through the thin translucent wings, refracting the hazy glow, and it was unusually beautiful. Blackie was the first to learn to fly. He was only 7 days old then. How does he compare to the megalosaurus of the Targaryen family? Dany looked at the black dragon circling in the blue sky, and a feeling of infinite pride rose in her heart. I don't really understand, if there is a scholar who studies dragons. Jorah shook his head, and asked in confusion, why give them such vulgar names? Aegon's dragon is called Balerion, Visenia's dragon is called Vargal, and Rhaenys is called Miracis. They are all taboo names of the ancient Valeglia gods. Dany also did not mince her words. My dragon and I are too weak, and I don't want too invasive names to alert others. I can also name my dragon after my ancestors, such as Brother Rain and Viserys, but I want to draw a clear line with the previous Targaryen. Why? Jorah asked in shock. In this era, in this world, nobles who had a little family history were all proud of their great ancestors. They even used the same ancestor's name for several or more generations. For example, the countless Brandons of the House of Stark, and the many Aegons and Rhaenys of the Targaryen family. Even Dany Rise evolved from the virgin girl Dany's thoughts, with only 1 or 2 additional letters, and more than 100 years ago, the Targaryen princess who married the Dornishman was also called Dany Rise. I am different from them. The foundation of the Targaryens was the Targaryen family, and now Dany. The dragon was her child, and Dothraki was her clansman. The Targaryens only brought her burden and danger. Let's not talk about me. She changed the topic and looked at Cora with a smile. You know everything about me, but I know very little about your story. Tell me about yourself. Me? What do you want to know? Sir Jorah asked dryly. You are the Earl of Bear Island in the Northern Territory. How did you come to the continent of Ursos, tens of thousands of miles away? Dany turned her head and looked at the dragon flying in the sky. She said softly, you seem to know a lot about jewels and their value. Is there a gem mine on Bear Island? If Bear Island really had a mine, I wouldn't be stranded in a foreign land. The knight smiled bitterly. He picked up a milky white stone from the ground and drew a rough map of the Westeros on the stone slab of the tower window. Look, this is Bear Island. It is located in the distant frozen bay, almost as far away from the Great Wall as the Northern Territory. It is a beautiful but primitive place, an island 100 kilometers deep. There are old oak trees with twisted roots, towering ancient pines, and sweet and sour hawthorn forests that bloom in spring. But it is too remote and poor. Unlike the stone castles of other nobles, the hall of my house is made of giant wood. There are no tall walls around it, only a fence. Most of my people fish for a living, and they can only make a living. There is no trade, so they can't collect a lot of taxes. The specialty, there are only bears, but where are there no bears? Merchants often come to us only once every few years, bringing cloth, copper, porcelain, spices, and other daily necessities. They take away furs, almost bartering. Although it is so barren and boring, I have always been used to living there, and I have never lacked women. Fisherwomen and peasant girls would not refuse their counts, Your Highness, I did not force them. Before we were even of age, my father helped me pick a bride, a girl from Deepwood Castle next to Bear Island, a Glover. I am not sure if I love her, and it makes me ashamed. Although her face is plain, she has a good character. In the 10 years of marriage, she had 3 miscarriages, and she never recovered from the last one. She died soon after. Chapter 29. Jorah should indeed feel ashamed. Dany realized that he did not mention his wife's name. Perhaps, she had long disappeared from his memory. After all, she never seemed to enter his heart. But she gave birth 3 times because of him, and even lost her life in the end. The night continued. Not long after, my father joined the Night Watch, and I became the Earl of Bear Island. Many people came to propose marriage, and before I could make a final decision, Tywin began to rebel, and Balon Greyjoy proclaimed himself king. Dany frowned and interrupted him, asking, when was that? Before I was born. Princess, I'm not that old, Yora said dryly with a wooden face. Oh, continue, Danny replied casually. It was the 4th year after the War of the Usurpers, and you were about 4 years old. His voice lowered. There seemed to be no difference, they were all the same age, Danny understood. It should be the time when Theon Greyjoy was held hostage in Winterfell. She did not understand. What was Tywin thinking? During the War of the Usurpers, he did not cause trouble. Instead, he waited until the usurpers had proclaimed themselves king for 4 years, and the unrest in the country had subsided. Where did he get his confidence from? Or was it that his reaction arc was too long, and when he reacted, he thought that a hero was born in troubled times? Tywin has always been crazy, and his actions are unpredictable. Yora shook his head. Perhaps he thought that the usurper's foundation was not stable, or perhaps someone had been suppressing him to prevent him from rebelling. During the War of the Usurpers, Balon's father, Duke Colin, had always been neutral. After your brother, Prince Rhaegar, died in battle at the Ruby Beach, he joined the usurper Robert. At that time, High Court Tyrell was on the side of the Targaryens. Thus, Colin led the Iron Fleet, the main fleet of Tywin Island, out to sea, and prepared to plunder the River Bend High Court. Unfortunately, the High Court people were prepared, and waited for the enemy to arrive at the Shield Islands. Not only did they defeat the invincible Iron Fleet, but they also killed Colin in that battle. Then, Balon inherited his father's position. The usurper had already ascended the throne, and the rebellions were more or less quelled. It took King Balon 4 years to gain complete control of Tywin Bay. He raised his flag and rebelled. Then King Balon was defeated, and his eldest and second sons were killed. His youngest son, who was 10 years old, became the adopted son of Winterfell Duke Eddard Stark and was used as a hostage to prevent the Greyjoy family from rebelling. To celebrate his victory, Robert decided to hold a tournament outside Lannisport. I met Lyneth there. At that time, she was only half my age. Together with her father, she had come all the way from the old town to watch her brothers compete. The first time I saw her, I couldn't take my eyes off her. It was the first time I felt such strong love. Impulsively, I begged her to give me a token to fight for her. I wouldn't have dared to dream that she would agree, but she did. Your Highness, you must understand that a tournament is a night sport, not a simple contest of martial arts. We Northerners have never been good at the undull sport, but with Lyneth's token, I seem to have been possessed by a warrior of the 7 gods. For a few days, I was invincible, and finally crowned Lyneth with love and beauty. The wine and glory made me do something crazy. That night, I went to her father and told him that I wanted to marry his daughter. With the wealth and status of our families, Count Leighton should have been mercilessly rejected, but he wasn't. The Leighton-Hyder family's fief included the second largest port in Westeros, Old Town, as well as the Maester's Temple, the City of Learning. The headquarters of the Church of the 7 Gods was also in Old Town. The Hyder family was also of the blood of Greenhand Garth. They could be counted as dukes without the title of duke. Duke Tywin Lannister had proposed marriage to Count Leighton on behalf of his son, the Imp, in the hope that Tyrion would marry a daughter of Hyder. Count Leighton had almost rejected him in an insulted manner. Jorah Mormont had been very lucky. Unfortunately, the honeymoon was short-lived. Lyneth was disappointed with my hometown. She felt that it was too cold, too wet, and too remote. The wooden hall of Bear Island was far inferior to her family's magnificent and warm castle. Moreover, life on Bear Island lacked the fun that a southern noble lady needed. There were no masquerade balls, no mime shows, and no luxurious banquets. Even the wandering singers had to wait for several years before they could come here with the merchants who bought furs. The ones who came were old, ugly, and unskilled third-rate singers. The food in the northern region was also far more monotonous than in the rich highland. It was already a blessing from the gods that my people could eat their fill, but every meal was almost torture for Lyneth. At that time, I thought that as long as she was happy, I was willing to do anything. So, I hired a cook from her hometown, a bard, and gold, silver, and jewelry for the ball. On Bear Island, where every silver coin was counted, I had no choice but to familiarize myself with the price of most of the jewelry. So, do you understand why I was able to estimate the value of the opal bracelet so skillfully? Yora smiled like a husband paying his wife's bill on the internet on Double 11. I tried my best to satisfy whatever she wanted. As I said before, because of her, my potential exploded and I became the champion of the tournament. The usurper was a generous, an arrogant and licentious king. He was extravagant and loved to hold tournaments, and the champion of each tournament was richly rewarded. That time, not only did I receive glory and beauty, I also received 50,000 gold royals in my pocket. That much? Danny couldn't help but exclaim. With the memories of the original host's difficult life in the various cities, she had a rough understanding of the purchasing power of the three currencies of this world: gold, silver, and copper. She remembered that once, on the streets of Mill, Viserys used 2 copper coins to buy 2 barbecued sausages and a small bowl of goat's milk from a vendor. Viserys quickly finished his portion and snatched the remaining half of his sister's sausages. In terms of purchasing power, let's say 1 copper coin was worth $5. After all, it was pure meat sausages, and the portion was quite sufficient. Under normal circumstances, that sausages could be used for breakfast, but Viserys was in the developing stage at that time, and his nutrition couldn't keep up. And 1 gold royal could be exchanged for 30 silver moons, so 1 silver moon could be exchanged for about 800 copper coins. In other words, 1 gold royal equals 2,400 copper coins equals 12,000 renminbi purchasing power. 50,000 gold royals was about 600 million, holy shit. Danny remembered that in the original plot, Robert had been on the throne for 14 years, and owed a total of 6 million gold royals, of which 3 million belonged to the Lannister family. Hearing Danny's exclamation, Yora also lamented, "That's right, Bear Island can't even earn 5,000 gold royals in 100 years. In terms of spending money, the usurper is more like the Mad King than your father." Sorry, I mean. The knight's face flushed red, and he didn't know what to do. Danny didn't say anything, and only nodded calmly. Sir Yora heaved a sigh of relief, and continued his love story, saying, "It was also because of that 50,000 gold royals that I was able to satisfy all of Linny's requests in the days before. In order for her to attend festivals and banquets everywhere, I specially built a large ship for her. Port Lannister, Old Town, King's Landing, Lys, Pentos, she appeared there. The furthest we went was to Bravos." "From Bear Island to Bravos? Are you crazy?" Danny was shocked again. Bravos was actually very close to the Northern Territory, in a straight line. If there was a plane, flying from Bear Island to Bravos was about 3,000 kilometers. 3,000 kilometers seemed a little far. The key was that Bear Island and Bravos were separated by a continent and a strait. If they took a ship, they would have to circle around the continent of Westeros. Probably, it was really too far, and the sea conditions were very complicated, so it was very likely that they would have to take a detour. The only thing that was certain was that the voyage was definitely more than 10,000 kilometers, farther than from Shanghai to Los Angeles. Korra really risked his life for his wife. But this was not the end. Korra continued to talk about his journey of burning life. For money, and also because Linny's hoped to get the crown of love and beauty again, which is also the highest honor for a real queen, I continued to participate in the tournament, but the miracle was no longer there. I actually never won again. And every time I lost, it meant the loss of a warhorse and a set of armor, which had to be redeemed with money, or replaced with new products. Danny was curious. "A set of armor, a fine horse, how much is it?" The original Danny Reese mingled in the marketplace, knew the price of ordinary food and drinks, but was too far away from the nobles' weapons and workhorses. "A good tamed horse is at least 1 gold royal, my former warhorse was better, about 3 gold royals on average. And a good full-body armor is about 4 or 5 gold royals, I have to buy good armor." He solemnly told Danny, "For us knights who have a long history of family learning, we are as familiar with armor as we are with our own palm prints. Under normal circumstances, I only need a glance to see the flaws in the opponent's armor, if there really is a flaw. Similarly, my opponent can also see the flaws in my body. So, I can't have two obvious flaws, and I can't use substandard armor, or else my life will be in danger during the competition. I'm not afraid of death, but dying in a noble's game because of a problem with my armor is really an extremely cowardly thing. After a pause, Knight Cora said in a complicated tone, I've participated in many tournaments, and every time, there were knights who lost their lives, most of them free riders seeking wealth and fame. Almost none of the children of great nobles died, because no one could break through their defenses under the rules of the competition between cavalry and spear. If Dani had watched the Prime Minister's tournament held at King's Landing more than a year ago, she would have a deeper understanding of Cora's words. One of the matches was Rayleigh versus Hound. During the high-speed collision, Hound stabbed Rayleigh in the chest, causing him to fly out from the saddle, flying more than 10 meters in the opposite direction from where he came from. The golden antlers on the helmet, which were as thick as a child's wrist, were crushed by him, but what happened? Rayleigh was completely fine. He patted his butt and stood up, waving his hand ostentatiously, using a proper smile to respond to the cheers of the audience around him. If it had been someone else, the plate armor on the chest was thinner, or the inner lining behind the plate armor was not elastic enough to cushion the fierce impact, then even if he did not die, his internal organs would be damaged. In this world, if one's internal organs were damaged, one would basically be crippled. What's the difference between a free rider and a knight? She asked curiously. Chapter 30. Free riders are a type of mercenary. They don't have the status of knights, but they have horses and know a little about fighting on horseback. The only difference between them and normal mercenaries is that they have horses. Dani nodded. A good horse cost more than 1 gold royal. Including the harness, daily feeding and care, normal mercenaries could not afford it at all. Knights are more troublesome. Under normal circumstances, a child who wants to become a knight will be sent to a knight's side as a page boy when he is around 7 years old. He will do things like pouring wine and running errands that are easy but can build a close relationship with the knight. Of course, this process does not mean that they do not receive martial arts instruction. There are sword instructors who are responsible for helping the children build a foundation. When they are older, above 12 years old, they will probably reach puberty. The page boy will be promoted to a page boy. The knight will personally teach the page boy how to use weapons and horses, and pass on their survival experience on the battlefield. Yes, the spirit of a knight is also a very important teaching project. The page boy also has the duty and power to accompany the knight on the battlefield, preparing the horse and armor for the knight and fighting side by side with him. In this process, the page boy can learn more war skills from the knight, if the knight really has such things. Many pages boys stay as page boys their whole life because they don't have the money to buy themselves horses and armor. Dani clicked her tongue. Can't his knight give him a set of armor and a horse? Knight Yora took a deep look at Dani and said in a self-deprecating manner, because I had lost my armor and horse to my opponents multiple times in the tournament, it did not take long for me to spend the last bit of my savings. I had no choice but to borrow a huge debt from Bravo's treasury. I am a count with a fief, and the Mormont family has been passed down for thousands of years. I heard that the Lannister family borrowed millions of gold coins from the usurper, Dani said again. Is it that much? Yora was puzzled. After a moment, he shook his head and sighed. There is a saying in Westeros that Duke Tywin's shit is gold. Nobles are different from each other. There are many mountain ranges in the western region, and there are endless gold and silver mines buried under many mountain ranges. So his family has a mine. Please continue. Dani gestured with her chin. Continue what? The night or my story? Yora licked his lips. He felt that he had said a lot and his mouth was dry. Let's talk about knights first. Any knight can confer the title of another knight. Therefore, if the knight believed that an adult squire was qualified to become a knight, he would place his sword on the shoulder of the kneeling squire and loudly announce the name and family of the knight. The process was even more complicated than I had described. The newly knighted knights had to be anointed with holy oil by monks, and they had to spend the night in the Holy Church. That is the process of converting to the seven gods. Therefore, the people of the Northern Territory who believe in the old gods rarely become knights. Then, you're a fake knight? Dani tilted her head and looked at him. The knight's face flushed red as he argued, it's true. The nobles of the northern region do not need to be enfeoffed to be recognized as knights. He quickly added, I am one of the few knights in the north who has been baptized. In addition to the formal method mentioned above, there was a faster way to become a knight. If someone makes a contribution in the war, the Lord can directly confer him the title of a knight. That's how my knighthood came about. The war to help the usurpers destroy the Targaryen dynasty. Dani raised her eyebrows and asked. No, no. He quickly denied it. It was the time to quell King Balon's rebellion. He did not know that Dani, who had changed her core, did not care about the war of the usurpers that caused the Targaryens to lose the throne. She immediately changed the topic and said, apart from free riders, there are also mercenary knights and oathsworn knights. Oathsworn knights are knights under the protection of other nobles. They swear an oath to serve them, so they are called oathsworn knights. Most of them are small nobles who have the title of knight but no land. Well, I was your brother Viserys' oathsworn knight before, and then I became your oathsworn knight, until you bestowed me with a higher honor and made me the Queen's Iron Guard. Listening to his emotional narration, Dani complained in her heart. Back then, you licked your face, and came to me to become Viserys' oathsworn knight. You were the one who requested to become my King's Guard that time. Back then, I was only trying to get Jogo and the others to become my Blood Brotherhood guards. Knight Yora did not know that a certain someone was still pretending to be obedient after getting a bargain, so he continued, great nobles often hire free riders to patrol their territories. Compared to the lifelong loyalty of oathsworn knights, mercenary knights are more flexible and cheaper. Bear Island is not small, so I can't afford oathsworn knights. I also have a few free riders who patrol the forest under me. At this point, he sighed emotionally and said dejectedly, I'm bankrupt. I can't even pay the salary of the cook and the harpist. When Lyneth heard that I had the idea of pawning those jewelry, sheath, for money, to keep Lyneth's jewelry, singers, and cooks, my hired riders caught a few civilians who were poaching. According to tradition, they could only choose between having their hands chopped off or being sent to the Great Wall to join the Night Watchmen. But, for money, I finally gave up my honor completely. I sold them to the Tyrosh slave merchant. This went against the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. Slaves are not allowed to exist under the faith of the seven gods. You were sent into exile? That's a little harsh. I can first fine you as a warning to others and warn you not to do it again, Dani said. It's more honorable than exile, but it's also more cruel than exile. I committed a capital crime and will be beheaded. According to the traditions of the ancestors, Ed Stark will judge me personally. After listening to my last confession, he will also have to personally use ice to chop off my head. Dani looked at the sketch of the Westeros that Cora had just drawn on the stone slab and said, Winterfell is a little far from Bear Island. Did you escape? About 1,000 kilometers. If I keep changing horses and galloping, I can reach the seaside in 2 days and reach Bear Island on the 3rd day. But 3 days is enough for me to escape with Lyneth and her jewelry. If I remember correctly, you're the only son of the Mormont family. Cora nodded. Yes, I'm my father's only son. I also have an aunt, but her 5 children are all daughters. Your father is wearing a black robe? Yes. You once participated in the War of the Usurpers as Ed Stark's guard? Dani asked again. I also participated in the Battle of the Trident River, he said softly. His voice was like a breeze that brushed past his hair, with caution and a hint of pride. You risked your life for Winterfell for so many years, accompanying him as a traitor and helping him quell the rebellion. In the end, because of a few poachers, he wants to cut off the head of the only male descendant of the Mormont family? Dani's tone was complicated. Although it was a question, it was straightforward. Stark is such a person. Cora was still indignant. Obviously, He felt that his lord was too harsh on him. After a while, the knight sighed again and said, "This is one of his rare charms. He's fair and just, strict to benefit himself and strict to others." Haha, it should be strict to benefit himself and lenient to others. That counts as a person's charm, right? Korra's matter was unimaginable in any dynasty of the great celestial empire. This was beyond the scope of being impartial. Bao Qingtian also had a moment of harmony outside the law. Otherwise, how could the 7 heroes and 5 righteous men have survived? It could only be said that Id Stark lived too comfortably and was too inflexible. Dany couldn't help but think to herself, is it so easy to defend one's country in this world? The House of Stark's position as the king of the northern region is still as stable as a mountain. But how did Targaryen lose his country? Could it be that the father of this body, Mad King Aerys, is even more scheming than Id? The heavens have pity on them. They, who have no political skills, can maintain the kingdom for hundreds or thousands of years while doing their best. When the last kings of the great celestial empire know about this, they will probably be so envious that they will drool. In fact, only the people of the northern region are inflexible. Families like Lannister, Tyrell, and Martell are not inferior to any of the famous kings of the great celestial empire. Well, you continue. She felt that she still had a lot to learn. This world was too different from the Eastern survival rules she was familiar with. She could only adapt and change. At least the dragon must be strong enough that it can't be killed by crossbows. It seems that there is no dragon that can't be killed by crossbows. Should I let the Megalosaurus learn from the Westeros knights and get a full body armor to wear? If it was a naked duel, just the current little Colossus could find 10 centaur warriors who could kill Korra. But if he wore armor, none of her blood guards would be a match for him. Dany's imagination ran wild, but Korra continued, I told myself that as long as Lynys and I were truly in love, honor, identity, hometown, title, family, and so on, nothing was important. I took her and fled to Lys. That big ship was worth a little money, and we lived a rich life for half a year. When she heard the word true love, Dany knew that Korra was going to have a tragedy. Sure enough, his fierce bear-like eyes turned red and watery. His bearded square face twisted into a word, bitter. I could only be a mercenary. Other than helping people to fight, I had no other survival skills. That day, I received a mission to leave Lys and go to the Norn River thousands of miles away to fight for territory with the Braavosi people. His tone became inexplicably sorrowful. I gave her the deposit. She took the gold coins and her own jewelry and moved into the chamber of the Prince of Trade, Teague Molan, the day after I left. So miserable. When Dany looked at Korra now, she felt that the word bitter on his big face had turned into the word miserable. In the original plot, Dany, who was loved by him and gave the latter half of her life, had always been a good person to him. If Korra Mormont stood up and shouted, "Who dares to be more miserable than me?" Dany thought hard. It seemed that only the future Theon could say, maybe, I can reach the bottom of your pants. Actually, she was too involved to see clearly. She forgot that there was someone who was 10 times more miserable than Korra Mormont. That was her own self. Chapter 31. Before Dany Rise, the princess of Dragonstone Island, was born. Her elder brother and father died one after another. After becoming the last princess, she caused her mother to have a difficult labor when she was born. After that, she lived a difficult life for 13 years until she was sold as a slave to the centaurs. Fortunately, Drogo, the old driver, treated her well. However, the god of death soon found her again. Her elder brother was killed by her husband, and her husband and son were sacrificed by the witch to the devil the other side of the light King Lalo. That was only the first half of her miserable life. During those few years of torment in Slave Bay, while she unlocked the slave chains of others, she put a shackle on her own neck. After suffering for a few years, she finally fought her way back to the Westeros. Only then did she realize that she was not the child of prophecy at all, but a ladder to help the true child of prophecy reach the top. Her loyal followers died tragically one by one, and those who survived all had evil intentions. Mormont, who loved her, died tragically, and the one she loved betrayed her. The dragon, who was treated like a child, also became a big gift for the winner of the power game. It seemed that the two most miserable people were together. Bad luck on top of bad luck. Alright, Danny, who was now a different person, did not think that she was unlucky. Except when she had just transmigrated. She did not allow herself to be unlucky. When she met someone else, it was only other people who were unlucky. Linny's is the daughter of the Heidel family, right? Danny recalled for a while, and tried to say, I remember that the captain of the late King's Kingsguard, the legendary White Bull, was also a Heidel, right? Yes, Sir Jello Heidel is Linny's granduncle. That's the Heidel family. Won't she bring shame to her family by doing that? She said in disbelief. I've already brought shame to my family. I'm a person without honor. He said painfully. She can go back to her family. Did she go back? She said. It is said that she is now Prince Chui Ji's favorite concubine. Even the first wife is wary of her. Korra felt as if there was a walnut stuck in his throat. It was extremely difficult for him to speak. But Danny had to let him continue to suffer. She asked, have you ever looked for her again? Did you go to Lys after you returned from the Norn? The pain in Korra's eyes intensified. This tower-like man seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. The Prince of Trade is rich and powerful. I was still on my way to Reese when he personally intercepted me. He wants to kill you. She asked hesitantly. This was an insurmountable hurdle. Danny didn't need to know all of Korra's secrets, but if she didn't make it clear, what would she do if she met Linny's again in the future? Would she still trust him then? He only used words. He told me to see the situation clearly. Don't make unnecessary struggles and make everyone look bad. But if I don't know what's good for me and harass them, it won't be long before I disappear from the western continent of Ursus. I'm not afraid of his threats. The knight emphasized solemnly. I just made sure that Linny's wasn't threatened in the slightest before I left on my own. Those two adulterers probably hooked up with each other behind your back, Danny thought. Do you still love her? She asked casually. Love? Love. Love and hate, Korra replied. He seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Your Highness, please allow me to take my leave. I'm a little tired. Wait a minute. She stopped him and asked directly, do you also have feelings for me beyond that of a ruler and vassal? Just like the original Danny Linny's, she couldn't reciprocate his love, but she didn't want to use him as a spare tire either. Everyone was open about it. If they could get together, they would get together. If they couldn't, they would go their separate ways. Without Korra, without the shackles of the Westeros, she completely relied on the centaurs and blended in with them. Sir Korra's expression was complicated. There was embarrassment at being seen through, but also joy that she could sense his feelings. He stopped in his tracks and smiled. The first time I saw you, I felt that she was somewhat similar to you, Danny Linny's. In fact, Korra was just expressing his feelings sincerely and subtly. He also had the strong love for Danny when he first met Linny's. But to Danny, this answer was 0. You're completely done for, you know. I'm not like her at all. Even if Drogo is dead, I won't marry another man. She expressed her rejection without hesitation. Drogo was a complete stranger to her, but that dead man was also the best shield and an excuse to give a suitor the good guy card. Maybe after the Church of the Seven Gods knew about this, they would imitate the old example of Saint Baylor and give Danny the title of Saint Danny. Korra also heard Danny's rejection and said, Your Highness, I'm your Kingsguard, the Queen's Iron Guard. After saying that, he bowed deeply and left with heavy steps. The Kingsguard gave up the right to inherit their fiefs and did not marry or have children for the rest of their lives. Serving the king was their only responsibility and glory. The next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, Danny rode on her little silver horse and carried a modified rattan basket on her back. The three dragons stretched out their snake-like necks and probed around her waist and shoulders, occasionally letting out coarse cries. The horses' hooves made a crisp clatter sound on the streets. The silent city was filled with a thin layer of fog. Danny seemed to have entered a dreamlike world. Khaleesi. Khaleesi, are you going out of the city? Near the city gate, two centaur warriors came out of the city gate and greeted Danny while yawning. I want to tame the dragons. The plains outside are wider. She instructed the centaur to remove the city gate for her. It was a wooden door that was nailed together by a few tree trunks. Although the three dragons could already fly, Danny's requirements were stricter. Thinking of the dragons that were as stupid as fat cows in the TV series, she was worried about her future. It was difficult to change directions, slow movements, weak lower limbs, unsteady standing, crippled the moment it landed, wings as fragile as rags, scales that could not even block crossbows, long and brittle necks. With a lot of weaknesses, how could she dominate the world? Last night, she had melted all of Zhuji's gold medals and melted them into golden chains. At this time, she held the dragon in her arms and locked his two calves with a chain that was as thick as a pinky finger. There were only 3 chains and they were less than 10 centimeters long, adding about a pound of weight to each leg. Come, Blackie, you're the big brother. Set an example for your brothers. Just like before, she held the dragon and threw it into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh plop. Blackie flapped his wings hard, but before he could fly 10 meters, he fell on the sand. Hiss, the black dragon turned his head and stared at Danny, letting out an aggrieved hiss. Crawl back on your own. She did not raise her head and continued to shackle the white dragon. Whoosh, whoosh plop. The white dragon was not as good as Blackie, it almost drew a parabola and fell to the ground. Hiss, hiss boom, the white dragon angrily spat out a thin red flame into the sky. Don't waste your energy, come back and continue. Danny yelled. The white dragon did not listen. It spun in circles mindlessly, flapping its wings as it spat out dragon flames. Danny was very angry, she walked over and flicked his little head. Hiss, the white dragon roared at Danny, he seemed to be angry too. Unlike the black dragon, Danny could not use her consciousness to comfort the white dragon and the green dragon. They could not accept her words and movements, so the training process was very troublesome. In desperation, Danny could only bend down and hold the white dragon's body, let it stand up straight, and walked back to the rattan basket step by step. She could not carry him. After the first time, there would be a second time. The reason why she let them walk back on their own was mainly to train the strength of their lower limbs and the dragon's sense of balance on land. After a few days of interaction, Danny found that dragons had a natural sense of space, but when they landed on the ground, they were not as stable as ducks. Ducks only had 2 legs, but dragons had a pair of wings that acted as front claws. Even walking was difficult, let alone running fast. Danny did not expect them to be able to run faster than horses, but without nimble running speed, once they landed, the dragons who lost their momentum would be easily surrounded, trapped, and injured. The dragon's wings could never be trained to the point where they could block the dragon-slaying crossbow, and their wingspan was so big, maybe the vital parts of the body could dodge the crossbow, but the wings would be too easy to hit. If they had no choice but to land in the enemy's formation, they would not have the ability to break through quickly. After training to fly with weights for the whole morning, Danny did not untie the chains at noon, she just carried them to find food. There were horse people who specialized in helping the dragons find prey. In the morning, a Fanta and a group of old horse people were herding the horses while paying attention to the small animals in the sand and hills. They were really very small. Big Black's first head prey was a palm-sized scorpion. Boom! A thin dragon flame burned the scorpion, and in a moment there was only a pinch of black ash left on the sand. Don't burn it, it's so small, we can't make ends meet. She touched Big Black's head and said. Big Black was always in the dragon spirit state, so she and Big Black were almost telepathic. Khaleesi, there's another poisonous scorpion here. A Fanta stood on the sand dune and shouted. This time, Big Black was like a chicken pecking rice, his long snake neck was like black lightning, Danny's vision blurred, and the scorpion was in his mouth. Duo duo. The scorpion's tail stabbed at the corner of Big Black's mouth, making a dull sound. Danny saw a poisonous needle with a faint purple light pierce into the soft flesh of his mouth several times. Are you poisoned? Are you unwell? Danny hurriedly asked. She had heard from Ma Min that this red scorpion could paralyze a horse with a single sting. Ma Min did not dare to eat the horse's meat at all, so Danny had people smoke it into jerky and feed it to the dragons. This was because Cora told her that in the hundreds of years of Megalosaurus history of Targaryen, there had never been a case of a dragon being poisoned. Dragons were made of flames, and there was magma under their skin, Cora said. Dragons had muscles and bones, so it was definitely not magma under their skin, but the temperature must be very high. At this time, stroking the scales of the young dragon was like a hot hand warmer. The temperature of their blood should be even higher. After a while, the black dragon did not send any thoughts of physical discomfort. Danny was completely relieved. Chapter 32. After 5 leisurely days, the group of knights that Danny had sent to the Third White City had returned. Although Adger looked tired, he was very excited. He said, "Calixi, I walked west for half a day and saw the mountains in the distance. Because you told us not to leave the plains, I only strolled around the periphery. There were sparse forests and endless mountains, with antelopes and elk roaming in between. I hunted a deer with a bow and was going to bring it back for you, but the weather was too hot, and maggots grew in half a day after entering the red sand plains." Half a day's ride. Danny looked thoughtful. Scouts don't have to worry about horsepower. 3 horses per person. About 100 kilometers in half a day. This distance is a bit awkward. It's neither far nor near, but the food problem of the dragons is mostly solved. She could take the dragons to the western mountains to hunt. Did you see any traces of human existence? She asked. Ago didn't know how to estimate time. After some thought, he said vaguely, "We left before the sun rose. When the sky became hot but before the sun rose to its highest point, we encountered collapsed stone houses. The houses were low and there weren't many of them. Now, they are half submerged in the wind and sand." Danny nodded. It should be a village in White City. Without a wall, the wind and time were about to erase their traces. Cora interrupted, "Your Highness, if I'm not wrong, after passing through the western mountains, we will enter Slaver's Bay." "Sir, we've discussed this problem before." Danny looked at him seriously and said, "I won't leave here before the current life can no longer be maintained." "Yes," Cora replied. "What about you?" She looked at Ricardo. "No traces of humans or large animals. The further south we go, even the devil's grass becomes sparse." Ricardo's lips were cracked, and his skin was dark red. It was obvious that he must have had a hard time these days. "At least we know that the southern environment is harsh. We can focus more on developing the western mountains," Danny comforted. "Calixi, the south isn't completely worthless. Look at this." He untied the long charcoal hanging from the saddle and said excitedly, "Calixi, guess what this is? Isn't this charcoal used to filter muddy water?" Danny took the stick in surprise. "Oh, this is so heavy." "No, it's so light." She uttered 2 contradictory words in a row. From afar, it looked like a piece of grayish-black charcoal, but it was much heavier than charcoal in his hand. Taking a closer look, it had a metallic luster and the texture of black iron, but it was much lighter than an iron rod. Suddenly, the name of a weapon flashed through Danny's mind. It was the dragon bone bow that she had fished out from Zhuaji's crematorium. These are dragon bones. Primitive dragon bones that had not been processed, but how was this possible? Could it be that you found a dragon corpse? She asked in shock. You guessed it." Ricardo was very surprised. Seeing the shock on Danny's face, he was very proud. "It's a dragon corpse. Only a skeleton bigger than a stone house is left. Most of it was buried by the wind and sand. But that corpse is too big, and the sand can't completely bury it. I think it's bigger than the Black Death Balerion. Impossible. Before Danny could react, Jorah Mormont shook his head in denial as if he had been insulted. You haven't seen Balerion. Other than the old legends, I also saw its skull at the King's Landing. Its mouth was so big that a horse could be stuffed in. Ha ha ha, I personally rode through the mouth of that dragon's skull. Ricardo laughed as if he had one. I bought it. Oh, the 7 gods above. Danny opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, that must be the megalosaurus that fell on the Red Plains during the ancient Valeglia period. The Black Death Balerion is the biggest dragon of the Targaryen family. Not to mention the significance of the megalosaurus to the people of Valeglia, the dragon corpse has always been the most precious treasure. Why didn't the people of Valeglia recover it? Jorah asked in confusion. I thought of a possibility. A glint flashed in Danny's eyes as she said faintly, he is the 6th megalosaurus to escape the great cataclysm of ancient Valeglia. The Targaryen family was originally one of the dragon kings of Valeglia's Freedom Fortress. Before the volcanic eruption destroyed the land of Long Summer where Valeglia was located, the virgin girl of the Targaryen family, Dany C., received a prophecy in a dragon dream. Ancient Valeglia was about to be destroyed. The current head of the family, who was also Dany C.'s father, believed his daughter's prophecy. Ignoring the mockery of Valeglia's nobles, he sold all the castles, manors, and shops in Valeglia and led his entire family and the 5 dragons to leave the land of Long Summer by boat. During the Great Cataclysm, the dragons and Valeglia all died in the hot magma that spewed out from the Earth's core. Even the Megalosaurus could not withstand the high temperature and poisonous smoke of the magma. As a result, only the Targaryen family had the Megalosaurus left in the world, and the Targaryens became the last dragon king. Now that she heard Ricardo's description of the size of the dragon's corpse, she immediately thought, could there be a Megalosaurus that escaped from the Great Cataclysm? He was heavily injured and struggled to fly to the Red Wasteland. Not long after, he died in pain, leaving behind a huge creature for future generations to pay homage to. After listening to Dany's guess, Sir Jorah nodded in agreement and sighed. As long as there is enough food, the dragon's body will continue to grow. Because Balerion reached the limit of his growth, he naturally died of old age. As a result, there is almost no Megalosaurus that is larger than him, unless. There is one more thing. The Red Wasteland is next to Slave Bay, and to the west of Slave Bay is the land of Long Summer. Ancient Valeglia is at the mouth of Slave Bay, so the distance is very close. The place where the dragon's corpse fell was a little far from the Third White City, close to 300 kilometers. Another 200 kilometers to the south would be the sea. Dany let the 2 Blood Brotherhood guards rest for 3 days. Then, she left the maid and Khalasar in White Cloud City. She personally led Jorah and 30 centaur warriors, each riding 3 horses. They set off at 4 or 5 in the morning, and arrived at the Third White City at 8 in the morning before the sun had driven away the last bit of shade. When they passed by the second, Devil's City, Dany purposely stopped to take a look. There was a circle of 2-meter-long iron spears outside the White City walls, like the guards of the White City. The tips of the spears were propped with pale white skulls. As the wind passed through, the skulls made a crisp cracking sound, as if they were smacking their lips. No wonder her Blood Brotherhood guards were shocked. Even Dany felt a chill down her spine when she saw it. Fortunately, the air in the Red Wasteland was dry and dehydrated. After hundreds of years, the iron spears had only developed a layer of reddish-brown rust, and had not completely rotted into rust powder. It's really a little strange. Dany turned to ask Aggo. Do the centaurs have such a custom? No. The Blood Brotherhood guard said uncertainly. Calixi, every call has different habits, and they do things differently. This kind of thing doesn't go against our tradition, Affan interrupted. Yeah, the old man came along too. He was in charge of taking care of the horses for the next few days. Maybe the residents of this city resisted too fiercely, and caused a lot of casualties to the Khal's Khalasar, Chola said softly. Before leaving, he suggested, even if the centaurs don't want to live in this city, we should send someone to clean it up. Maybe we can find some valuables, like that opal bracelet. Xiao Gu shook his head when he heard that, and shouted, "We can't take the devil's things. Then last time I picked up the iron bracelet in another white city. I didn't even enter this city," Xiao Gu quickly explained. "Our goal this time is to explore the dragon bones. Let's put everything else aside for now," Danny decided. Looking from outside the city, the third white city seemed to be a smaller replica of White Cloud City, but Danny, who had entered the city, keenly noticed the difference. Firstly, the density and height of the houses were not as high as White Cloud City, and secondly, there were no luxurious palaces in this city. There were originally 7 or 8 centaurs left in the third white city, and when Danny and the rest arrived, they had already prepared food. Yeah, 3 dragons flew above the city in advance, and the centaurs knew that Calixi was about to arrive when they saw the dragons. During lunch break, Danny went to the library that Xiao Gu mentioned. It was actually the office of the city lord. Similar to the parchment found in White Cloud City, the books could not be read, and only a few scrolls could be read. Through one of the pictures, Danny could roughly determine the meaning of the existence of these white cities. The Silk Road of Another World. Quirs, the pearl of the strait that connected the Jade Sea and the Summer Sea, its status was similar to the Suez Canal on Earth. Myrene, the largest and most prosperous city in Slavers Bay, and also the world's largest slave trading market. At this time, on the map, Myrene, White Cloud City, and Quirs were connected in a straight line. Compared to the long sea route, crossing the Red Wasteland reduced the journey by 70%, and the land was safer than the unpredictable sea. So for a period of time, the White City was very prosperous, just like the famous cities on the Silk Road of the Celestial Empire. So, there's an ancient road between Myrene and White Cloud City. Danny's finger slid lightly on the map, her mind racing. If White Cloud City could not support the 3 dragons in the end, she could follow the Silk Road to the northwest, and finally build a city in the mountains near Myrene. She was sure that as long as she followed the path on the map, she would definitely come across the 4th and 5th white cities. Maybe they would not be as grand as white cities, but at least she would be able to find the small villages that were used for travelers to rest a few hundred years ago. Then, she could carry out her plan to farm to the end. Entering the Red Wasteland did not seem to be a dead end, but an otherworldly paradise arranged by God. No one paid attention to her, and no one knew that she had dragons. Prophecies, deviant ghosts, Jon Snow, and games of power in the Westeros could all go to hell. When the Megalosaurus grew up, she would ride the Megalosaurus to the north, sweep through the Dothraki Sea, and be crowned as the only female call to unify the 8 barons. Then, with the 3 dragons and hundreds of thousands of roaring warriors, the world would be hers to roar, and the whole world would tremble under her strappy riding sandals. Qin Shi Huang, Genghis Khan, Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon, they were all her, and they were all inferior to her. He he he. Thinking of the beauty, Danny could not help but giggle. Calixi, Calixi. What's wrong with you? Ago's shout woke her up from her dream. Why are you looking for me? She roared back in an unfriendly tone. Ago did not care about her attitude at all, and only widened his black almond-shaped eyes, shouting, "It's getting dark. So be it. Oh, it's time to go." Danny understood this time. Their operation this time would be like when they crossed the wasteland, traveling at night. Chapter 33. The last time the Blood Alliance guards received orders to explore the terrain and resources, they naturally couldn't travel at night. Although the weeping blood star in the sky dyed the sky red, it was completely impossible to rely on the faint red light to see the scenery in the distance. So, Ago and the others really had a hard time last time. This time it was different. The goal was clear and there was no need to check if there were people or large animals nearby. The weeping blood star of blood and fire hung above their heads. Without the old, weak women and children of Colossa holding them back, Danny took the lead. The little silver horse galloped happily on the red sand, leaving a thin trail of red dust between the horse's hooves. Cora and her blood guards were 3 horses behind Danny, followed closely by 20 Dothraki roaring warriors. The rumbling of the horses' hooves spread far and wide. The sand lizard with reddish-brown scales poked its head out of the grass, as if feeling the tremors of the earth. Squawk, squawk, boom, a sharp and rough cry suddenly sounded above their heads. The sand lizard the size of a wildcat was alerted and wanted to shrink back into the grass, but it was a string of dark red flames falling from the sky. The black smoke mixed with the smell of sulfur ignited the demon grass beside it. The sand lizard screeched and escaped from the sea of fire. The next moment, the sky darkened and it rose into the air without any support. The pain of being pierced by sharp teeth in its weak abdomen had not driven away the panic in its heart. With a boom, a ball of flames swept over and the sand lizard completely lost consciousness. Thud, 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 the horses trampled over the demon grass, which was ignited by the dragon flames, quickly sank into the shallow red sand, leaving only wisps of white smoke swaying with the wind. Dany raised her head to look at the dragon whelps in the sky who were fighting for food. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. The centaurs had a very good sense of direction. They did not take any detours and found the dragon bones at midnight. Thinking about it, it was true that people with a bad sense of direction could not become Colossus scouts because the sea of Dothraki grass was even more difficult to identify than the Red Wasteland. The scouts were scattered in all directions, and the furthest they could go was a day or two away from Colossa. 7 gods, is this really the skeleton of a creature? Even though she had heard many times that Balerion could swallow a wild bull in one gulp, Dany could not help but exclaim when she saw the dragon bone the size of a destroyer. The bones that were exposed above the sand were grayish-white. The deeper one went into the ground, the darker the bones became. Originally, only a small part of the skull was exposed. Last time, in order to investigate the size of the dragon bone, Ricardo had dug up the sand that had buried the skull. If I were to completely dig up the sand, the project would be too big, and it would take a lot of time. Dany climbed to the top of the 2-story Megalosaurus's head. Looking at the burial ground that had accumulated into a curved hill, she began to hesitate. Korra frowned as he looked at the huge skull and said, "Your Highness, what do you plan to do with this dragon skeleton? I'm afraid it's not realistic to transport them all back." Dany smiled bitterly. To be honest, I did plan to transport it back. Not to mention how many gold coins the dragon bones can be exchanged for, just making it into a weapon. You've seen the power of the dragon bone bow. It's a great killing weapon that warriors must have. The Ma Min do not have the technology to forge dragon bone weapons. Only the best Khal blacksmiths can mold dragon bones into weapons. Korra shook his head. What do you think we should do? Leave it here and not care? She asked. Korra rubbed his chin and suggested, choose some dragon bones that are easy to carry back. Bury the rest here. In the future, we can come back to retrieve them if needed. The skull is too big and difficult to handle. Take the bones from the wings. With Dany's order, the Ma Min began to work in full swing. They dug along the Megalosaurus neck to its waist. They did not need to dig too deep, and it was enough to search for broken bones as much as possible. The bone that Ricardo brought back was a broken bone. The Megalosaurus seemed to be just as Dany had guessed, heavily injured and unable to fly. It fell from the sky halfway to the ground. This bone is so thin. No. A Ma Min stopped digging and picked up a 40 centimeters long bone stick from the sand. He looked at it in confusion. Following the path of skull neck back wings, the Ma Min dug a winding trench. The sand was soft and much easier than expected. The trench was 2 to 3 meters deep. When the sky was dyed a deep indigo color, they had already dug to the middle of the neck. Calixi, there's a situation. It's not dragon bones. I dug up a human corpse. The Ma Min shouted loudly. The faint trembling of his voice made one feel his fear. This is not a human. It's a devil. A devil's corpse. A human should not be like this. Devil's corpse. The other Ma Min who were working came over to take a look and also shouted in fear. As the big boss, Danny obviously did not need to work. She had been training the little dragons at the side. Hearing the commotion from the pit, she quickly ran over and looked at the Ma Min in the pit. She shouted, "There's no devil. Devils would not dare to get close to the Megalosaurus. Even if it's a dragon corpse that has been dead for many years. That must be a human." At first, she was still shouting loudly. But as the crowd opened up space and she saw the twisted corpse half buried in the brown sand, she was also shocked. That corpse was really too scary. It was a corpse that was curled up like a fetus in a mother's womb. It was not a pure skeleton. Its skin was like purplish-black devil's scales that wrapped tightly around the bones. One could see the thumb-sized scales that were as rough as old tree bark. They were densely packed and covered the entire body. The arms that were curled up in front of its chest. Was that really an arm and not the claws of some creature? 10 dagger-like fingers pointed at the sky, as if they were ready to attack at any moment, and were about to devour someone. The corpse was as thin as a bony child, while its sharp teeth and claws were 20 centimeters long. It was completely disproportionate. What was even scarier was that the eyeballs in the corpse's eye sockets had not decayed or been decomposed by bacteria. The dark purple eyeballs were also surrounded by black, asphalt-like mucus. It stared at the crowd viciously like a living person. Its mouth that was almost opened 180 degrees seemed to be roaring a devil's curse. Fuck. After cursing in Earth's language, Danny immediately followed suit. 7 levels of hell. Sir Yora, you've seen a lot. Do you know what kind of people this is? She did not forget that this was a fantasy world. There were even children of the forest and giants. It was not strange for goblins and gnolls to appear. He should be a human. Yora was also digging in the pit. Hearing that, he walked to the side of the Ma Min who found the corpse first and took the pale white bone club from him. "Your Highness, look." He raised the bone and shook it in front of Danny. Then, he used the bone to make a few strokes on the left leg of the demon's corpse. "The corpse is missing a calf. It's the one in my hand. According to your previous conjecture about the origin of the Megalosaurus, a Megalosaurus escaped from Valeglia during the cataclysm. Then, is it possible that it was driven away by a knight? The Megalosaurus was seriously injured and fell from the sky. The knight fell and broke his leg. Hence, the calf bone was separated from the corpse." Ago refuted. "Look at how long the calf bone is. It doesn't match with the thin corpse at all. If the corpse is really a human, then he is also a dwarf." The calf bone that did not include the sole of the foot was over 40 centimeters. This meant that its owner must have been a tall and strong man when he was alive. And the curled corpse was probably no more than 1.2 meters tall. It is said that the ancient ruins of Valeglia from the land of long summer to the sea of smoke are still shrouded in the curse. Sir Yora stood up and looked at Danny with a serious gaze. From Valeglia to Slave Bay, there is clearly the great avenue of Valeglia left behind during the Fort of Liberty period. However, they would rather take a boat around the ruins of Valeglia and travel several times the distance. That road to Materis is called the Great Avenue of the Demons. Wasn't Valeglia destroyed by a volcanic eruption? How is it related to the curse? Danny was confused. "I don't know." Yora frowned and guessed. "Maybe it's the vengeful spirit of the Dragon King from ancient Valeglia. As everyone knows, Valeglia is a civilization that has mastered dragon and blood magic." You just said that this Dragon King died horribly because of the curse." Danny pointed at the corpse of the demon in the pit and laughed. "Aren't you contradicting yourself? If it's not a curse, why is there only one person in Valeglia and not a single dragon escaped? Dragons can fly. The magma of the underground fire is very scary, but if it can't burn the dragons, how can it kill all the dragons?" Yora asked again and again. "Maybe he was cursed and rode the dragon to Queers to seek help from the wizards," Ago interrupted. Ma Min was scared to death at first. Now that he saw Calixi and Yora arguing in front of the demon for a long time, the demon didn't do anything. Gradually, their courage came back. The wizards of Queers are indeed famous, Yora said with a mocking tone. But the reason why they are famous is that they often use fake magic to deceive the world. Even the Westeros have those blue-lipped liars. Then, Ago thought for a while and pointed to the east. He might ride the dragon to the Shadowland on the other side of the Jade Sea. There are wizards and shadow binders everywhere. The witch who was burned to death by Calixi learned the way to communicate with the devil there. Why do you think he's going to seek help? Where can the magic skills be better than Valeglia's? Yora sneered. Whether he's planning to go to Asha to find the wizards, or he's lost his mind because of the underground fire and flew here randomly, it has nothing to do with us. Dany pointed at the demon-like corpse and ordered, "Don't touch it directly. Go look for tree trunks and weeds nearby and burn them on the spot. Valeglia believes in cremation, so I won't dishonor the senior Dragon King." Ma Min immediately stopped digging, climbed up the pit, and went around to collect firewood. At around 9:00 in the morning, Dany's 3 dragons breathed fire together and lit the firewood in the pit. Then, dozens of people hid under the sun with the giant skeleton and continued to work in the evening. Well, Dany lived the most comfortably. She set up home in the mouth of the Megalosaurus, and the thick skull completely blocked the sun. Lying on the clean jawbone, it was cool and comfortable, and especially interesting. Chapter 34. Calixi, there's a situation. In the evening, the furnace that roasted the earth rolled below the horizon. The centaurs crawled out of their sleeping bags, ate some dried meat with milk, and started digging again. First, they had to clean up the ashes left behind by the burning of the ancient Dragon King's body. At first, it was nothing. Whether it was the demon's body or the cursed Dragon King of Valeglia, they were all charred black by the flames. Even if there was the virus that Dany was worried about, it was most likely roasted to death by the high temperature. After jumping into the pit, the centaurs saw that it was no different from Zhuji's cremation ruins. They were even bolder and directly used their hands to dig at the ashes. After a while, a centaur raised his arm that was covered in black soot. He held a palm-sized black metal plate with both hands and shouted to Dany, "Calixi, I found a piece of metal. I guess it's a relic left behind by the Dragon King." Cora took it and used sand to wash away the stains on it. He checked it carefully before handing it to Dany. "This is Valeglia steel. It has the dragon-shaped emblem and ancient Valeglia runes. Our previous guess should be correct. This metal plate should be like an identity card, like the hand-shaped brooch of the Hand of the King. The Prime Minister of the Westeros Kingdom was called the Hand of the King. The Hand of the King could design their own Prime Minister's emblem. It could be a brooch, a cloak pin, a necklace, but there would always be a small metal palm on the emblem. The metal plate was slightly heavy in her hand, barely covering Dany's small hand. It reminded her of the 6.5-inch Huawei phone that she had just gotten. It was about the same thickness and weight, but only 1/3 of the surface area of the phone. Valeglia steel was also a kind of steel. If it was brought to the laboratory for elemental analysis, it would be found to be no different from normal steel. However, during the forging process, it was added with the unique magic of the Valeglia civilization, making it almost indestructible. Right, weapons forged from Valeglia steel also had powerful anti-magic effects, such as killing deviant ghosts. Ignoring the thick material, the carvings on the iron plate were also very exquisite. On the front was a megalosaurus with wings that were about to take flight. The megalosaurus claws were holding a large sword that was shining with a cold light. It was very exquisite and very lifelike. One could feel the majesty of the megalosaurus face and distinguish the gemstones on the crossguard of the sword. There was a circle of runes around the megalosaurus. Dany could read the most authentic Valeglia language, but she could not understand any of the runes. Dany also couldn't understand the other side of the iron plate. A mountain peak was carved on it, which was different from the rough technique on the front side. Gently stroking the mountain pattern, He could clearly feel the convex and concave engravings. There seemed to be wisps of smoke at the top of the mountain. The engraving was too rough. Danny was not sure if it was black smoke or a big tree. If the pattern on the front is really the family emblem, the Megalosaurus is holding a sword. The Megalosaurus might be hinting at the Dragon King himself. Everyone, look carefully. There might be a Veleglia steel two-handed sword buried in the sand. Danny was very excited and encouraged the people in the pit. It turned out that she was too optimistic. The moon was high in the sky. The horsemen dug through the sand nearby, 4 or 5 meters deep. Water seeped out, but they found nothing. Chola shook his head and sighed. In that situation, it was hard to escape from Veleglia. He didn't have time to go home and get the family sword. If the sword that Megalosaurus is holding is real, the weight and volume of the sword must not lose to Stark's family sword Ice. Then the knight described Ice to Danny. Its body was wider than a palm, dark as black smoke, and it was a head taller than Danny when it stood up. Danny was embarrassed. Although her body was only 14 years old, she was not short except for a little stunted, no chest and no butt. She knew without measuring that it must be about 1.6 meters. It was a head taller than her 1.6 meters. Even if it was less than 2 meters, it should be more than 1.8 meters. It's so long. Even if he could carry it, it wouldn't be convenient to swing it, right? She asked curiously. Stark has to use that sword to chop off dozens of heads every year. After a few decades, he must be very skilled. Chola said with a tone full of resentment and mockery. He almost became the experience points for the healer druid's greatsword skill. In the end, Danny agreed with Chola's analysis. Under normal circumstances, the two-handed greatsword could not be carried around. The dead Dragon King did not have the chance to go back and get it. Before midnight, Ma Min dug out more than 20 black dragon bones of different lengths from the sand. The longest was more than 10 meters, and the shortest was as high as Danny's waist. Many of them had obvious signs of breaking, further proving that the Megalosaurus was seriously injured and could not fly, so it fell from the sky to the ground. Forget it, let's stop here. It's enough for the entire Carathian to have a dragon bone scimitar. Danny clapped her hands and stopped Ma Min in the pit. Your Highness, dragon bones can only be used to make sword hilts, not blades. Ordinary steel with dragon bones is a waste. In fact, other than Veleglia steel weapons, other steel weapons do not have to use dragon bones. Chola reminded. You said dragon bones are very valuable. Danny said. They are very valuable. There are only so many dragon bones in the world. But you don't need money, do you? Who would complain about having too much money? Danny waved her hand casually. Before she left, Danny asked her men to bury the dragon bones and pile them up into a small hill. This was her treasure, and she could not let others have it. As long as the original dragon bones showed traces, even a fool would know that she had found a dragon corpse in the Red Wasteland. Now that she had buried it, even she was not sure if she could find it next time. In fact, there were too many similar low hills in this plain, and there were no special markers nearby. Piling stones and rubbing wooden poles could only be effective for a short period of time. After a long time, they would be buried and blown down by the wind and sand. Big Black, do you remember? She asked her black dragon. The black dragon did have some intelligence, but compared to humans, it was too brainless, the kind that was really brainless, the kind that was underdeveloped. However, the dragon's sense of direction was particularly strong. It often entered the dragon's dream, the dragon's spirit, and merged with the black dragon's soul. Danny could clearly feel that the dragon not only had the 5 senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, but also more than 6 senses and 7 senses. Her dragon did not understand the small universe. Just as birds could use the Earth's magnetic field to determine their direction, dragons had similar means. For example, Danny once tried to leave the dragons in White Cloud City. Then, she rode her little silver horse in a random direction for a few kilometers and finally found a bush to hide in. In the end, the three dragons were able to accurately find her. At that time, she deliberately cut off the dragon's dream state. Danny could receive the 7 senses and 8 senses from the black dragon, but she did not know what they were, and could not analyze and use them. After asking several times and leaving a distance of 2 kilometers, she let Big Black fly back and try again. Danny was sweating all over, and finally reluctantly confirmed that he might have really remembered. "Hey, Sir Yora, did the Targaryen of more than 100 years ago have the means to help dragons increase their intelligence? My dragon is too stupid." In the early morning, on the way back, Danny complained to him. "It's okay if it's stupid, as long as it obediently listens to me, it's fine. But dragons are naturally unruly. The black dragon is okay, but even I can't control the green dragon and the white dragon. It's too difficult to communicate. I don't know. Bear Island is too far from the center of power. I'm not familiar with the dignitaries other than Stark." The big bear shook his head. "You're the official son-in-law of the Hathar family, and the Hathar family controls the City of Knowledge," Danny reminded him. In any case, Jorah Mormont had been a guest of the Hathar family for a few years. He should have been to the City of Knowledge a few times, and at least met a few knowledgeable doctors in the City of Knowledge. Well, there were also grades for a bachelor, apprentice, bachelor, doctor, and grand scholar. The bachelor's grade was judged according to the depth and breadth of knowledge they grasped. At that time, I had no interest in the bachelor and the City of Knowledge at all. In fact, I have no interest in them now. They did not encounter any accidents along the way. 2 days later, they returned to White Cloud City with the dragon bones. In the days that followed, Danny carried the dragons out of the city to exercise in the morning and evening when it was cool. In the morning and afternoon when the sun was hot, she began to give the 3 dragons cultural lessons. Their bodies grew bigger and bigger, from a thin cat to a big Pekingese, and now there was a trend of becoming a mongrel. The bigger their bodies, the more food they ate every day. The sand lizards, scorpions, and sand snakes on the red sand plain could no longer satisfy them. So, Danny used food to tempt them to learn. The process was very difficult. In the math class, she demonstrated elementary school math to the black dragon in the dragon dream state. In the language class, she opened her mouth wide and made sounds while telling it the meaning in the soul connection state. There was also physical education. Danny used a wooden stick to hit their scales. In the beginning, the scales of the baby dragons cracked like hard eggshells. White smoke seeped out of the dragon's skin, and before the blood dripped down, it was burned to ashes. Because the black dragon was connected to her soul, she kept comforting and encouraging the little dragon in the spirit sea. Although the black dragon roared angrily, it could still cooperate with her. The white dragon and the green dragon were not so obedient. A month after they were born, Danny completely lost the dragon's spirit connection with Little White and Little Green. The closer she was to the black dragon, the greater the estrangement between her and the other 2 dragons. Not only could she not attend the language class and math class, but the physical education class that trained her body. Once, Danny hit Little White's back and made it bleed. The little guy did not care and sprayed a dragon flame on her wrist. The temperature of the dragon flame was higher than the flame of burning firewood. For the first time, she was injured in the flame. The skin on her wrist had a circle of blisters the size of cockroaches. It was painful and itchy, and it took 4 to 5 days to recover. The only consolation was that there was no scar. Maybe she could really draw power from the flame, or maybe it was because of the increasingly close dragon spirit connection with the black dragon, her injuries recovered faster and more completely than ordinary people. For example, the scar on her stomach. In order not to let others find out about her plan, Danny did not let the maids help her bathe for the next half a month. Well, she explained that water was scarce, and in the future, everyone would use fine sand to clean the dirt on their skin. She also asked someone to prepare a sand bed covered with fine white sand. Every night before going to bed, she would take off her clothes and rub it on the sand to clean off the dust on her skin. The oil and old skin were all burned away in the fire. But half a month later, Dani began to live the life of a corrupt slave owner. She was surprised to find that the scar on her stomach became lighter and lighter, and finally disappeared completely. Her skin returned to its previous tender and smooth state. It seemed that the high temperature promoted blood circulation, and in the fire, the cell activity was too high. This was a scientific explanation. A more magical explanation was that the dragon and fire had the magical power to restore the body. Just like a year ago, the original Dani had just married Zhuge. She was weak and was not used to the life on horseback. Every day, she was exhausted and her inner thighs were bloody. In the end, in just one night, all her injuries disappeared, and her body was as strong as a native centaur girl. Chapter 35. After complaining to Yora many times that the little dragon was disobedient, he suggested that the two children should simply drop out of school and just focus on teaching the big black dragon. As long as the black dragon was strong enough, Dani could subdue and control the white dragon and the green dragon through him. Well, Yora also thought that Dani's teaching would help the little dragon grow. He told Dani that in the history of the Targaryen family, dragons were not invincible, and there had been many dragon slayings. The most famous is undoubtedly the death of Miracis. Back then, your ancestor Aegon, with the help of his two sisters, conquered the other 6 countries except Dorne. But in the process of attacking Dorne's prison gate, because of a moment of carelessness, Queen Rhaenys Megalosaurus was shot in the eye by a crossbow arrow, and Megalosaurus Miracis fell to the ground and died on the spot. Yora looked at the 3 little dragons flying in the sky looking for prey and sighed. The eyes, which are so narrow, can be hit, and the body and wings will often be attacked. No matter how you look at it, they're still too young. Dani accepted part of Yora's suggestion, and she did not completely give up on Little White and Little Green. In fact, in the face of such a situation, as long as one was a student of the great celestial empire, they would know what to do. Yes, classes, fast classes, slow classes, and rocket classes. Little Black was a top student, 1 dragon in the rocket class, and the other 2 were naughty and bad students. Being able to get a graduation certificate was enough to make Dani's mother happy. She was busy training the dragons, and her commissar was not idle. The old man and the woman took turns to plunder the wealth buried by the years of the 3 white cities. The young and strong men went hunting in the mountains in the west in batches, and in addition to the warriors' own food, they also brought back smoked bacon. Yora, at Dani's request, taught the Ma Min children the way of knights. To put it bluntly, the Dothraki roaring warriors were light cavalry. Light cavalry's poor ability to attack, even the military illiterate Dani knew. The Westeros knights in full armor undoubtedly had more impact and survival on the battlefield. The reason why the Ma Min only wore a sleeveless leather vest and fought with their lives was not really because they were brave as they said. It was mainly because they were poor in all aspects. Their civilization level and social system were very poor. They had no financial resources to buy armor, no ability to produce steel, and no technology to forge armor. In the Sea of Grass, the value of a set of armor far exceeded the value of a roaring warrior's life. But now it was different. The centaurs had Dani. She would certainly bring a more advanced system to the Dothraki, greatly increasing the centaurs' productivity. In the future, the centaurs would have the ability to produce a large number of knights, and in the future, Dani would also need a large number of loyal knights. After staying in White Cloud City for 3 months, Dani happily raised the turnip the size of a child's fist in her hand and announced to the people around her, "The first batch of food is about to ripen. We don't have to worry about famine anymore." This world was really weird. A 2-year-old turnip bore fruit in 3 months. Although it was a little small, it was still in such a hot environment. However, when she thought about the strange scene of the peach trees blooming on one side of the orchard and the peach trees dropping fruit on the other side, she understood. Isn't this eternal summer? In the eternal summer, the poor would eat until they were full. In the cold winter, the nobles would also starve to death. The centaurs did not give her any face and did not cheer loudly. Instead, Adger walked out and said loudly, "Calixi, we are centaurs, and centaurs are not cowardly farmers. I think we should give up on this city and go to the mountains in the west to hunt. We have too many people, and the main rations for nomads' lambs and fat cattle have been killed long ago. Only horses with very low meat yield are left. The uncertainty of hunting is too high. We need a stable source of food, and we need this safe and rich city. Danny glared at him and said, "There is no one else in the Red Plains, where is the danger coming from?" Her blood riders were unconvinced. "Report." With a long shout, a handsome horse galloped to the side of the farmland. "Report, report Calixi, there's someone entering our city." The warrior on the horse shouted excitedly. Adger was slapped in the face by reality. "It's all your fault." Danny glared at him again and asked the knight, "Who's coming? How many people are there?" "3 people. The centaur warrior had a strange expression. "They call themselves dragon seekers, and even asked me if this was White Cloud City, and if there was a Targaryen girl who hatched a dragon." "What?" In shock, Danny blurted out a sentence in English. "How is that possible? Are you sure they were asking about White Cloud City?" she asked hurriedly. "Yes, that's what the Shadow Binding Knight said." "Shadow Binding Knight?" Danny was shocked again. Although she named this city White Cloud City, she had always thought that no outsiders would come here, so she did not hang a White Cloud City signboard at the city gate. Also, where's my dragon? She looked at the sky and asked the people beside her, "White dragon and green dragon, did they fly back?" "No." The centaurs shook their heads. The black dragon was in the rocket class, so his studies were even more important. He spent most of his time beside Danny. At this moment, he was standing on the little silver horse's saddle, flapping his wings and looking at the people around him with his deep red eyes. Little White and Little Green, the 2 mischievous wild children, couldn't do well in cultural studies, so they could only become sports students. Yep, Danny reduced their training, and the extra time was given to them to hunt outside. If they didn't study hard, they should go out and work to earn money to support themselves. Could it be that they met my dragon outside? Danny rubbed her chin as she pondered, but even if they saw a dragon, how would they know it was a Targaryen? Calixi, not only do they know that you are a Targaryen, they even shouted out the name Danny Rise. It must be that Shadow Binding Knight, the wizards of the Shadowlands know prophecy magic, everyone knows that. The centaur shouted. Yep, everyone knows that. Ago nodded seriously. Everyone knows that. The centaur maid Jiki also spoke up. Here they go again. Danny secretly rolled her eyes in her heart, and said to Ago, "Go and call Ricardo and Jogo here." "Right, call Sir Yora as well." At this moment, Yora was teaching the children swordsmanship in the square. During this period, Danny herself would go and learn from time to time. After a few months, she, who only trained in basic swordsmanship, had actually raised her attributes by a large margin. Character, Danny Rise Targaryen, 15 years old, physique, weak skills, extremely weak, very weak ugh, still a weak chicken. Chui Luo, come with me to meet the guests. She turned her head and looked at the messenger knight, asking, "You didn't let them into the city, right?" "No, Calixi, you said that outsiders can only enter the city with your permission," Ma Min hurriedly said. Danny was stunned. Did she say this order? But thinking about it carefully, it seemed like she really did say it. On the second day of entering White City, she said it when she asked people to stuff stones into the city gate. It had been so long that she had forgotten. She didn't expect Ma Min to strictly follow her orders. Alas, although the centaurs were straightforward and always contradicted her regardless of the occasion, in terms of loyalty and execution, there was really nothing to be picky about. While riding on the street, Danny was thinking about something. Unknowingly, they had already arrived at the city gate. The wooden gate was hung high, and she led Chui Luo and a dozen other roaring warriors through the cramped city gate to the outside of the city gate. As soon as they were out of the city gate, Danny's heart skipped a beat. Not to mention the 3 people, their mounts were camels. She was not a strategist, nor an elite politician, but she was quick-witted and understood almost instantly. The Red Wasteland was a dangerous place for the centaurs, but for others, it was just a slightly more difficult path. The Red Wasteland was not a dangerous place, which also meant that it was no longer a protective barrier for her little Colossa. This place was not safe. Why was it so difficult for the centaurs to cross the Red Wasteland? Dani and her team had gone through a lot of trouble on their way south. If she hadn't watched Bear Grylls' survival program, she would have ended up like the original Dani, dying along the way. Why was it like this? It was actually very simple. The centaurs' mode of transportation was wrong. Just like muscle-type off-road vehicles and road vehicles, they have different uses. If you mix them up, if you use an off-road vehicle to commute to work, you can buy a new car with a year's worth of fuel. If you drive a BMW to challenge the wilderness where there are no man-made roads, you will probably die the moment you leave the road. The grassland horses that centaurs rode were strong and powerful. Their charging power, speed, and endurance were all first class. The Dothraki people had existed for thousands of years, and grassland horses had also been cultivated for thousands of years. The Dothraki people walked on the grassy plains of the Dothraki Sea and the Norn River. Their warhorses were also born for such an environment. But they were ultimately just warhorses suitable for grassland. Their resistance to heat and drought was too poor, and they could not adapt to the environment of the Red Wasteland. So Dani could not control them too much. She could not squeeze the centaur's stamina. Everyone in the Colossa had a horse to ride, but they could only travel 100 kilometers a day. Camels were also known as the boat of the desert. Crossing the wasteland overgrown with demon grass was like taking a stroll in their own courtyard. I am the dragon breeder, Dani Rise of the Targaryen family. Welcome, guests from afar. The weather outside is hot, let's enter the city. Dani did not even ask for their identities. She directly invited them after they introduced themselves. The 3 camel riders were also very polite. They skillfully untied the Arabian headscarves wrapped around their heads. After they were fully equipped, they introduced themselves one by one. The man on the left with white skin, blue lips, and shriveled cheeks said in rough Dothraki, "Great Mother of Dragons, Khaleesi of the Great Sea of Grass, I am the Archwizard of Queers, Kaya Bli." He was talking to Dani, but his eyes were blazing as he looked at Blackie, who was sitting cross-legged on top of her head. The bald, fat man in the middle was also very white. His skin was milky white, whiter than Dani's white skin. One side of his nose, which was bigger than Jackie Chan's, was embedded with a thumb-sized green jade. He spoke in Valeglia, which was popular in the Free Cities. "Princess of Targaryen, thank you for your invitation. Your kindness is as conspicuous as your beauty. I am Zero Zanvindassus, one of the 13 princes of Queers." This fellow spoke of his admiration for Dani, but he looked at her as if he was evaluating the value of goods. But compared to the other two, Dani was more willing to deal with him, because he was the only one who did not have power beyond the mortal realm. Chapter 36. The third person was a shadow-binding knight from Asha. She wore a wooden mask and spoke fluently in the common language of the 7 kingdoms. "Hello, Mother of Dragons. I am a shadow-binding knight from the Shadowlands, Kuei-shi." The red-painted wooden mask covered her eyes and facial expression. Dani was unable to hear her inner thoughts from her calm voice. Dani nodded and got the centaurs to make way. She and the guests went ahead, and they followed behind. Just as they passed through the city gate, Dani saw Sir Yora and her blood guards coming together. So, on the way to the palace, she introduced them to each other again. "You came to find the dragon?" Yora asked the question that had been buried in Dani's heart. "But how did you know that there are dragons here?" "The stars in the sky guided us," Kuei-shi said briefly. "Stars?" Yora was confused. "That's it." The male wizard pointed at the red comet that was still hanging in the sky. It had been 3 months, but the comet had not completely disappeared. It was just much dimmer than before. Perhaps not long after, when people raised their heads, they would be puzzled to find that it had completely disappeared. Weeping blood star. It keeps changing its direction. How can it guide you? Also, does its appearance have anything to do with dragons? Yora asked. To mortals like you, it's just a comet that's rarely seen in 1,000 years. However, we, who possess mystical powers, can personally feel the tremendous changes in the world, the male sorcerer said in a faint voice as he stared at Big Black. Isn't that too exaggerated? It's not like there have never been dragons before. Although everyone has always said that dragons have been extinct for more than 100 years, that's only in Westeros. Taimin said that there are legends of sea dragons and ice dragons in the depths of the Sunset Sea. Even the Megalosaurus has news of them from hidden places in the world. Yora thought that the male wizard was boasting and was probably trying to deceive his princess. He. The male wizard's strange blue lips were clearly mocking. He did not even bother to answer the question of mortals. TSK. This is a city full of sand and decay, completely unworthy of the honorable mother of dragons. The merchant, Queers, whose head was as round as a boiled egg, whipped the camel's buttocks and hurried to Dany's side. Khaleesi, you were born to wear the most luxurious jewels, wear the most exquisite gowns made of Myrish silk, be surrounded by servants, and live in a magnificent palace closest to the gods, he said in an exaggerated tone. Only Queers, at the center of the world, could satisfy all of this. And it just so happens that I have the ability and the most sincere heart to provide you with these services. Leave this wretched place, and follow me to Queers. Mr. Dassus, you are a noble and generous gentleman, but I still have a large group of people to take care of. Dany smiled and declined politely. Zero, on the other hand, threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was filled with pride and superiority. Khaleesi, you really should have gone to Qualls. This barren land has polluted your vision. Even the smallest room in the corner of my house can easily accommodate all of your subordinates. In fact, the kings and nobles from all over the world who come to Queers to visit me have more servants than you, and I once received 35 noble guests at one time. Well, it was easy to understand. Any toilet in my house is bigger than your entire house, and my house has 35 toilets. Dany wanted to say, I have 3 cities. Sigh, you might not know, but Khal Drogo is already dead. She sighed. Of course we know, Zero immediately said, the most powerful horse king has died, and there are a few more Khals in the Sea of Grass. The entire Urso continent knows. Dany was stunned. She was surprised by the strange speed at which information spread in this world. Actually, she would not be so shocked if she had seen the crazy abilities of the messenger crows with her own eyes. The problem is, the usurper has not let up on his pursuit of me. He even dared to poison me in the Holy Horse King's city. Without the Khal's protection, what if he sends more people after I leave this place? Khaleesi, don't worry. The one who usurped your father's throne, Robert Baratheon, has been dead for almost half a year. Then, Zero began to tell her the news from the land of the setting sun similar to the plot of the TV series that Dany had seen. The old man drank Lancel's spiked wine while hunting, and was knocked to death by a wild boar in a daze. How great he was when he was alive, how cowardly he was when he died. Yes, Lancel Lannister, Queen Cersei's cousin, who was also a self-motivated self-defense rod. As for the old man, when he was young, he was a complete mess. His warhammer could be ranked 3rd in the Ice and Fire Weapons Manual, second only to the modified Magic Mountain and the Daybreak swordsman Arthur Dane who wielded the great sword Dawn. Red Viper, Horse King Drogo, and the Sea King's first court swordsman, Cilio, were all 1 level below the old man. Rhaega and the White Bull were 1 level below. Jorah Mormont, who was beside Dany, was a little embarrassed. He was probably 1 or 2 levels below the White Bull. This was not to flatter the old man. In the Ice and Fire book, he was the only one who had maxed out both his strength and dexterity talents. Skills could be trained, but talent determined a person's upper limit. Let's not talk about his battle record of beating Rhaega to death when he was young. Let's talk about the last battle of the old man's life. Yes, it was the time when he was knocked to death by a wild boar. At that time, he drank a few bags of spiked wine and could not dodge in time. The wild boar's tusks pierced Haw, cutting a half-meter long wound from his lower abdomen all the way up. If it were not for the ribs in his chest, he would have been broken into two. The intestines and internal organs in his fat belly were like feces that had been held in for a few days. They flowed all over the floor with a "la-la-la" sound. If it were a normal person, Haw would have fallen to the ground after being kicked, but the old man fought back. Even with such a serious injury, he used the spear in his hand to kill the wild boar hanging on his chest. He was brave to the extreme. After the battle, he hung on for a few days, leaving a will, and reminiscing about the past with his good friend Druid. Only then did he die with the help of poppy milk. But such a brave warrior was cheated on countless times by his wife, the sex queen. None of his 3 sons were his. Yes, Circe's and her brothers. Circe did not want to give birth to her husband's children. Even in bed. Every time the old man came to her when he was drunk, she deliberately made it look like they had sex. In fact, she did not even touch his hand. The first time Circe was pregnant with the old man's child, she seemed to have deliberately aborted it. After I became the prime minister, under the hints of a few people with ulterior motives, he quickly realized that his good friend was raising someone else's child. Then, he let the sex queen know that he knew. When the sex queen knew that he knew, she made the first move. She had one of her lovers, her cousin Lancel, poison the old man's wine. The old man died tragically under the tusks of a wild boar, just as described. Of course, Zero did not tell Danny the details. He only said that there were rumors that Robert was killed by Circe. So, you don't have to worry about the usurper anymore, he comforted Danny. In Qualls, under my protection, no one can hurt you. Danny nodded and followed his words. How far is it from here to Qualls? How many days did it take to get here by camel? About 1,000 miles. It took us about a week to get here. Danny estimated that their speed was about the same as her Khalasar's southbound speed. The only difference was that the camel could travel another 1,000 miles in this environment, while her Khalasar was on the verge of collapse after traveling only 500 miles. They chatted as they came to the front of the palace. A group of old people and children in the square looked at the 3 guests on the camel in surprise. Danny prepared water and hummus for the guests to quench their thirst. She also left 3 bedrooms near the garden empty for them to rest in. At night, she held a bonfire party in the square. There was roast horse meat dipped in plum sauce, mushroom and smoked venison stew, butter beets, turnip stew, and saved wine. It was almost the best food that her Khalasar could bring out. The 3 guests from Qualls also took out red wine, sausages, and caviar from the bags hanging on the camel's back. Danny even took out her 3 dragons that were the size of hunting dogs for them to see, and even let them touch the baby dragons. She and Cora had been observing their reactions to the dragons. Kashi's movements were full of reverence, and the wizard's eyes could not hide his desire. The merchant Zero's eyes seemed to sparkle as he expressed his surprise at the high temperature of the dragons to Danny. All in all, the guests were very satisfied with Danny's hospitality that night. Finally, when they were sent back to their rooms to rest, Danny told Zero that she would seriously consider the possibility of going to Qualls. What do you think? Danny did not go to bed immediately. She called Cora, the Blood Riders, a few old people, and 3 maids together for a meeting on whether to go to Qualls. Unlike the other Khals who treated the old as useless burdens, Danny valued the old people who could live to 60 years old in the cruel environment of the Sea of Grasses. Apart from Watson's slight misjudgment, the Wrangler Effendi and the old blacksmith Solomon had brought her great surprises. Effendi, for example, was a master at raising horses. The Red Wastes was a desolate place, but there were no fewer horses. In a few months, there were more than a dozen newborn ponies. In modern society, the world-famous horse racing clubs would probably fight over him. Solomon was a green-haired, green-eyed foreign bannerman. The Dothraki had no blacksmiths and relied on foreign slaves to repair their weapons. When Drogo's father asked Khal for a gift, the Prince of Trade gave the imprisoned Solomon as a gift to the centaurs. Well, after Valeglia was destroyed in the Cataclysm, Kahl's blacksmithing skills were the best in the world. Lis prostitutes, Mir's crafts, Kahl's cloth and blacksmiths, Pento's spices and dairy products, Bravo's iron treasury, Volantis slaves, the 9 free trade cities traded everything, but they each had their own specialties. Chapter 37. Whether or not to go to Queers was actually like whether or not to lead Khalasar south back then. It seemed like the future was unpredictable and could not be decided easily, but there was no other choice. Your Highness, it is clear that they are here to search for the dragon. They also care about your dragon beyond interest. If one of them intends to take it by force, it will be more dangerous for you to stay here, Cora said after thinking for a moment. Oh? As long as it is a trading city-state, no matter if it is an ordinary merchant or a trading prince, they value profit over righteousness and have no sense of honor. However, there is one thing that everyone trusts. Cora's eyes flashed. That is the foundation for them to settle down and establish their lives. It is also the foundation for trading city-states to exist in the world. Trust. To put it simply, on the sea or on the road in the wilderness, any merchant can turn into a bandit and use force to seize what they want. However, in a trading city, they will skillfully use deceit, extortion, enticement and other means to profit, but they will never forcefully take the other party's property. Seeing Danny's thoughtful expression, he smiled and said, "The greater the merchant, the more sinister and gentle their methods are. However, this world is vast and information flows smoothly. If Zero and the other 2 sent you an invitation, theoretically, they also bear the responsibility of protecting your safety. It is not that they are noble, but their credibility in the hearts of other merchants is far more valuable than any benefits in front of them. Your Highness, you have been wandering in the various city-states of the Western continent for a long time. You should have a deeper understanding of this." Danny nodded. The usurper's bounty on the Targaryen siblings had never stopped, but every trading prince and governor who had entertained them did not chop off their heads and sell them for money. The benefits were not equal. However, there were only 3 dragons in the world. It was enough for anyone to voluntarily throw away their honor and credibility. Even the popular rights of guests in the 7 kingdoms have been trampled on, right? She said. Cora seemed to be stunned by her words. He widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Other than the legendary rat chef, who trampled on the rights of guests. The stupidest, craziest, and most ignorant person would not take the initiative to destroy the rights of guests. In 2 years, when news of Robb Stark's death comes, you will not be so surprised." "Who is the rat chef?" she asked. Chef Rat is a night watcher. He works as a chef in Longnight Castle. He held a grudge against the king of Casterly Rock at the time, and when the king of Undulls led his son and vassals on a tour of the wall, the Night's Watch entertained them. One night, the rat cook found an opportunity to assassinate the king's son. Then, he made a large pie with onion, carrots, mushrooms and other condiments. He sprinkled it with pepper and salt, paired it with bacon and dark red Dornish wine. He presented it to the king, who ate his son's meat pie, exclaimed that it was delicious, and asked the cook to bring another one. Even the gods couldn't stand it anymore. They turned the chef into a white mouse that was as fat as a sow. From then on, he could only eat his own children. The rat chef has been wandering around Longnight Castle, driven by a hunger that can never be satisfied, constantly devouring his own offspring. Under the dim light, Cora's blurry face had an indescribable gloom. Danny's 2 centaur maids huddled together, their almond-shaped eyes filled with panic as they looked around, as if looking for a white mouse that would appear out of nowhere. "Ahem, a great bedtime story, but isn't this a little too weak?" Danny coughed a few times and said. "This is true. In the north, even children know about it," Cora said unhappily. "The first half of the story should be true, but the punishment of the gods at the end." Danny shook her head and asked him, "Which god do you think punished the rat chef?" Cora immediately said, "The gods are the gods. Of course, all the gods can't stand the rat chef's behavior of trampling on the guests' rights. The north, especially the area around the wall, is the territory of the old gods, and the Undulls believe in the 7 gods. Perhaps the humans will accept the reality of the 7 gods and the old gods coexisting because of political harmony. But the doctrine of the 7 gods only recognizes itself as the only god. If it is true, why would it cooperate with the old gods to punish a human? Korra sighed and said helplessly, Your Highness, the purpose of this story is to warn the world. A person has the right to revenge, but the gods will never forgive killing the guests under their roof and trampling on the guests' rights. Whether or not the gods exist, or which god punished the rat chef is not important. What's important is that we have to understand the principle of respecting the sacred rights of guests through this story, he concluded in the tone of educating naughty children. Sigh, the one who doesn't understand is you, Big Bear. Because the meaning of this story was too obvious, the authenticity of the story was greatly reduced. This story made smart people understand one thing: using others' trust in the guest's rights, one could easily and freely take revenge, but the gods would never punish him for it. The rat chef's ending might be tragic, but the one who punished him would only be the sad king, not the gods. To the rat chef, he was a commoner who was even sent to the wall. He had almost lost the chance to take revenge forever, not to mention that the target of his revenge was a king. The guest's rights meant nothing to such a person. However, there were some things that she could only think in her heart. If she really said it out loud, others would definitely look at her differently. I didn't expect Your Highness to be such a person. It was as if she had already done something. So, Danny just asked, you suggest we go to Quills? Korra nodded and said seriously, Quills is a big city that connects the eastern and western worlds. There are things you need there, such as ships and sailors. If we find that the people of Quills are up to no good, we can immediately leave by ship. Robert Baratheon is dead. Do you really not have any thoughts? He stared at her, as if he wanted to see through the violet fog in front of him and go straight to the depths of her heart. Let the other ghosts be the king of the 7 kingdoms. Dany complained in her heart, but did not show it on her face. Instead, she showed a look of desire and said, I have a chance. The Westeros was Korra's hometown. He was willing to be a spy for Robert in order to go home. There was no doubt that between Theon Bella and Dany, the balance in his heart was greatly tilted towards Dany. However, if he knew that Dany had no intention of returning to the 7 kingdoms, the other side of the balance would no longer be loyalty to the King's Landing and the current king, but the temptation to go home. Homesickness and love were existences on the same level. Besides, someone had already given the poor knight the good guy card. I can't receive any information here, and I can't judge the current situation of the 7 kingdoms. The only thing is that even if the usurper is dead, he still has 2 sons, and the queen is Lannister. At the very least, Theon Bella and Lannister will obstruct your return. Stark treats Robert like a brother, and he won't support you. Irene of the Valley and Tully of the Trident River are in-laws with Stark, and they also. Korra said with a troubled expression. He did not know that none of the queen's sons were Theon Bella, nor did he know that I'd had been imprisoned by the queen. Perhaps he had already been beheaded by the new king, Joffrey. In the past few years, the political situation of the Westeros was even more unpredictable than the storms on the sea. Kars was still too far away from the King's Landing, and the information delay was high. Sigh, Your Highness, let's avoid the Westeros for now and wait for the dragon to grow up. Korra gave an old and wise suggestion. Dany nodded. In fact, Yora had always been cautious and realistic. What do you suggest? She looked at the centaurs who had been watching the show for a long time. Calixi, you are my blood, I will go wherever you want me to go. Xiao Gu said impatiently as he scratched the bald top of the moon gate. The centaurs did not want to go far away from the grasslands. They believed that the seawater was poisonous and should be avoided. However, their stupid brains could not think of a better suggestion, so they could only be anxious and helpless. Seeing that the other 2 Bloodridge guards had the same attitude, Dany asked the old man's representative, Afanti, Solomon, what do you think? Why don't we sneak out of here tonight and go to the mountains in the west? Afanti gave a rather brainless suggestion. Old Khal immediately shook his head and advised, if we lie to the people of Kars, Then we will no longer be their friends and guests, but their enemies. Has anyone thought about how they found this place? Prophecy, the Binding Knights can prophesy. Jackie shouted in fear. Erie corrected her, it's constellation leading the way for them. I heard it from that blue beak wizard this afternoon. They can find us even if we go to the west. Doria nodded. Kaluo, from tomorrow onwards, you have to guard my dragon at all times. Dani made up her mind and said to her Megalosaurus guard. Khaleesi, as long as I'm alive, no one can steal your dragon. Kaluo said with a firm expression. Everyone reached a consensus in the meeting. Early the next morning, Dani told the 3 guests of her decision. Kaluo's expression was still unreadable. The wizard and the merchant expressed their joy and welcome. They both solemnly promised that in Kars, Dani and her Khalasar would be under their protection. In the morning, Dani sent knights to inform the herdsmen of the other 2 white cities to bring Khalasar's horse team to White Cloud City. The hunters in the mountains in the west were also notified. Thus, 4 days later, Dani's Khalasar set off again. Their target was Kars in the southwest. Of course, Dani didn't do nothing during those 4 days. She arranged for Ago to lead 3 horses, bring enough food and water, and set off for Kars first. Zero wrote a letter to Ago. When Ago reached Kars, he only needed to give the letter to his butler, and a group of servants would lead the camel team to the Red Wasteland. The camel team would bring a large amount of food and water. More importantly, Khalasar wouldn't have to worry about horses anymore. When the camels arrived, the centaurs could switch to more comfortable camels. Chapter 38. Adger did not care about the horses. 3 days later, they encountered a village affiliated with Quill's city. Before Dani and the others had even set off, 300 camels loaded with supplies had already set off for White Cloud City. The Khalasar traveled for 4 days straight. 70 to 80 horses had died, and the team had almost run out of water and milk. Finally, they met the scouts of the Camel Brigade. Just like that, the 1,000-kilometer relay race was finally completed. Dani was relieved and began to focus on her own problems. The sorceress Mealy and the prophecy of the Dragon Seeker had made Dani completely understand that other than dragons, this world really did have magic and witchcraft. She wanted to ask Kashi for advice. As for why it was not a wizard. Well, the merchant Zero had been bad-mouthing the wizards to Dani these days. The wizards did have a period of prosperity. At that time, even the Dragon King of Valeglia looked at them differently. When the other 2 guests were not present, Zero whispered to Dani, but today is different. Those blue-lipped fellows are like the weak veterans in the taverns of the docks. They only know how to brag about their past bravery, completely forgetting that strength and skills have long since left them. They hide in the Hall of Dust, read decaying scrolls, and drink the water of the night shadow until their lips turn blue, hinting that they have terrifying power. But compared to their predecessors, they are just empty shells. What about Kashi? She asked again. That woman. The merchant's eyes flashed with awe. He mumbled, she comes from Asha of the Shadowlands. As the saying goes, it is better to swallow a poisonous scorpion than to believe in the Shadow Child. Her power will only make her more dangerous. Khaleesi, don't believe her. Just like that, Dani also figured out who had prophesied her existence. It was not the wizard Kaya who had been talking to her about metaphysics, but Kashi, who was so low-key that people ignored her existence. That woman was not simple. Looking for an opportunity, Dani moved her camel closer to the woman wearing the wooden lacquer mask. She whispered, Miss Kashi, do you know anything about prophecies? Since there was a camel to ride, Dani naturally wanted to free her little silver horse. Not only was Kuei wearing a wooden mask, but she was also wearing an Arabian scarf. Her head was turned towards Dani, and her eyes and expression were completely unreadable. Dani Lisi, Miss, is not popular in Asia summer, she said in a clear voice. Okay, Master Kuei. Dani took advantage of the situation. Can you predict whether I can have another child in the future? Sigh, my poor leg, he. That witch called Millie cursed me, saying that my womb can no longer give birth to life. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she sadly turned her head away. She paused and finally said something that made Danny cheer in her heart. Please let go of the sadness of the past. There are more important things waiting for you in the future. As for children, I can't predict such things. Why? You haven't even seen me, and yet you know that I've hatched a dragon. Why are you still in White Cloud City? Danny did not seem to want others to see her red eyes. She pulled the scarf around her neck and wrapped it around her head a few times. She said, prophecy is a kind of elusive magic. When the blood-sobbing star appeared, I felt that the power of magic was quickly recovering, like a tide sweeping across the city on the embankment. So, I opened my eyes and tried to see the world clearly, the most fundamental world. In the end, I saw you training a dragon in the wilderness. So, do you understand now? I don't quite understand. Danny answered honestly. Mortals fear and vilify magic and witchcraft. In fact, it's a kind of wisdom that ordinary people are not qualified to learn. In essence, it's as simple as seeing the eastern horizon dyed crimson and knowing that the sun is about to rise. I understand now. She looked at Danny, as if to ask if she understood now. Maybe I'm just an ordinary person who's not qualified to learn that kind of wisdom. Danny smiled bitterly. She still did not understand. Ordinary people can set off a magic tide in the world again? She actually laughed. Then, she explained for the third time, I saw the eastern sky dyed red, so I knew that the sun was about to rise. If I can't see it, or if I don't look, then I don't know anything. The so-called prophecy is just the information that the world shows to me. Then, I go and look, and I know. As for whether you can have children in the future, the information elements related to it have never appeared. It can't be summed up, and it can't be guessed, so I don't know. This time, Danny roughly understood. Prophecies were a bit like big data analysis, but in addition to the information collected by the prophets themselves to summarize, the pan-world consciousness would also send them vague information in the dark. The dragon brought magic to the world, and its influence was too great. It was like a turbulent tide, so she could clearly see the waves, and then see the initiator of the magic on the waves, Danny and her dragon. And the matter of children might have a great impact on the future, but at this time, the waves had not yet set off. In front of the sea was calm. Unless there was a stronger existence that could see through the sea and see the turbulent undercurrent of the ocean abyss. For example, the Green Prophet. Can you teach me about magic? Danny looked at expectantly and asked. Yes, you can come with me to Asha. There is all the knowledge you need there. She quickly replied with I was waiting for you to say that tone. Danny hesitated and suddenly realized, no one would be good to you for no reason, unless they loved you. Obviously, she would never love her, so who did she love? Her dragon. I am the princess of Dragonstone Island, born of the storm. Reviving the dynasty of House Targaryen is my responsibility and mission. My goal is the Westeros of the West. I can't go in the opposite direction. At this moment, she was not fighting alone. Morong Fu was with her. When Morong Fu said that he wanted to revive the Yen kingdom, who would not believe him? Naturally, she believed him. And so, she returned to her previous silent state. It seemed that if Danny did not go to Asha, she would ignore her. Since Kueishi's method did not work, Danny had to look for Beitai. Your Excellency Great Wizard, I heard that magic spells are a special language outside of the language of communication. This time, she did not hesitate to ask when the others were not around. When everyone was about to rest after dinner, she asked directly. The Great Wizard Haya Puli liked to talk to Danny. Other than boasting about the greatness and prosperity of queers, he would tell her some strange wizard stories that were difficult to distinguish between the truth and the lies. When he heard Danny's question, he said happily, Calixi, you have the courage and wisdom to explore the mysteries of knowledge. That's right, there are many professions in this world that involve mystical powers, such as shadow binder, sorcerer, alchemist, moon singer, red monk, dark sorcerer, necromancer, cloud realm sorcerer, fire sorcerer, blood sorcerer, interrogator, judge paladin, poison master, priestess, night walker, shapeshifter. The great wizard listed dozens of magic professions in one breath. Danny's jaw dropped. She was dumbfounded. Was this a world of ice and fire with low magic and low martial arts, or was it at the Baldur's Gate that she came to the Faerun continent? Haya took a deep breath and said, Valeglia, where your ancestors came from, also has its own blood magic system. Basically, every mystical system with real power has its own magic language, which is also known as spells. Why don't everyone share a spell system? Danny was puzzled. This. The male sorcerer's blue lips opened and closed, his expression hesitant. Perhaps the origins of the various sorcerers are different, just like us male sorcerers and the Valyrian blood sorcerers. Two different civilizations and languages. What he said made no sense at all. Even if two civilizations were separated by 100,000 light years, the physics formulas they developed would still be exactly the same. In their mathematics classes, it would still be 1 + 1 = 2. The truth might not be immutable, but there would definitely be a certain degree of commonality. How could it be as casual as he said? They did not master the truth, and their spells could not touch the essence of the world. It was just a trick. As if reading Danny's mind, Kuei spoke. What is this? She held a piece of wood and asked Danny. It was a brownish short stick with a polished surface. She told him the truth about what she had seen. Kuei nodded and pointed her palm at Cora again. What is this? A man? Cora asked hesitantly. Kuei nodded again and pointed her palm at the centaur Maidiri for the third time. What is this? A woman? Iri glanced at the shadow-binding knight in fear and said weakly. When Kuei pointed the wood at Ago, he said it was a lion. Finally, Kuei opened her palm completely. Under the light of the torch, one could see a small and exquisite wooden sculpture standing in her fair palm. It was a three-headed warrior with short hair, roaring angrily, a long-haired woman with a gentle face, and a lion baring its teeth and roaring. Now Danny understood. Kuei had only shown a part of the sculpture to each of them, so the four of them had made different judgments. Do you understand now? Kuei's wooden mask was pointed at Danny, reflecting the flickering red light under the light of the torch. Even the greatest magician can't master all the truth. Danny nodded. Simply put, it was like a blind man touching an elephant in the wizarding world. Cora suddenly asked, Sir Wizard, when you said the shapeshifters, did you mean the children of the forest? Everyone in the northern region grew up with horror stories about shapeshifters. They might not have heard of names like the Moon Singer or the Cloud Realm Wizard, but shapeshifters were as impressive as the Rat Chef. Once. The wizard shook his head and laughed. Undulls, I know what you're thinking. The children of the forest are legends, and so are the shapeshifters. The world is just as your scholars expected, without a trace of miracles. They have disappeared for thousands of years. Cora frowned. They never disappeared, but you deliberately isolated them and forgot about them. When I left Asha and went to the west to find the direction of fate, I bought some magic ingredients from a shapeshifter. His falcon could pluck the red lotus on the mountain peak, Kuei said coldly. All the shapeshifters went to Asha. Cora was surprised and relieved at the same time, as if he was sighing with emotion. It's good that all the monsters are gone. Danny was not calm. She clearly remembered that the Game of Thrones clearly said that shapeshifters were exclusive to the old gods. How could there be shapeshifters outside the Westeros? Chapter 39. I heard that only the believers of the old gods in the northern Westeros can become shapeshifters. Does Yeshaya have weirwood too? You believe in the old gods too? Danny asked. Danny, do you know what the old gods are and what shapeshifters are? Kuei asked. Danny looked at Yora. Is the old god a tree with a human face on it? That's the heart tree. The old gods are the collective name of many ancient gods, Yora said slowly. The old gods are a religion that believes that everything has a spirit. Shapeshifters who are believers can awaken the spirit of nature and become one with spiritual animals. Kuei, she said to Danny. An old shapeshifter who was seeking wisdom told me this. He came from outside the Great Wall of the Sunset Continent. Savages from beyond the Great Wall? Yora exclaimed. How did they go to Yashaya, which is tens of thousands of miles away? The savages you mentioned are also intelligent people. They have the desire to seek wisdom and civilization. But when he left the Great Wall, he felt a deep sense of despair because you people are so jealous of shapeshifters. So, he came to the Temple of Mystics, Yashaya in the Land of Shadows, Kuei, she said slowly, her wooden mask facing Danny. Danny, the Westeros of Undul's can't tolerate you, and your dragon. This sentence floated into Danny's ears, but no one else reacted. Secret sound transmission. Danny was shocked. For the next few days, Danny was anxious and did not dare to be alone with Kuei. She asked Yora and the wizard. Wizards and magicians could not make physical attacks like making fireballs or throwing icicles. They could only hurt people indirectly through spells, shadows, and blood. She was afraid that Kuei would secretly cast a shadow binding spell on her, so she asked the maids to take turns sleeping with her at night. However, Danny seemed to be overthinking. After that night, Kuei did not talk to her again, nor did she try to find a chance to be alone with her. When they left the Red Wasteland and entered Queer's territory, Danny couldn't help but ask, Mr. Wizard, do you know ancient Valeglia's spells? Do you want to learn? Although Kuei did not take the initiative to talk to her, she had never rejected her either. Sigh, the world is dangerous. I don't want to be hurt by evil sorcerers anymore. Danny sighed sadly. I don't know Valeglia's spell because it's useless to me, but if you want, you can go to Asha. There should be someone there who can teach you. Kuei, she said faintly, there are rumors circulating in the Shadowlands that the descendants of the ancient Valeglia blood shamans are still active in a certain place. It's too far. I want to go to the Westeros to be a queen. Danny shook her head. At noon the next day, Danny saw Queers, who had been described by Zero as the City of Heaven. Clang! On the sandstone city wall, which was the same color as the Red Wasteland, there was the sound of a gong being struck. Targaryen, the Storm-born, the mother of dragons, Danny Liz, come. Someone shouted towards the city. Even Danny, who was half a mile away from the city gate, could hear the shout. Before she could ask Zero what was going on, woo woo woo, there was another long and loud sound of a bugle horn. Looking up, there was a circle of black men with shiny skin standing on the 10-meter-high city wall. Their upper bodies were exposed from the battlements, and their muscular bodies were coiled around a strange bugle horn that looked like a giant bronze snake. Da-da-da-da, a group of camel riders ran out of the city in an orderly manner. The camels were covered with colorful blankets, and there was an extremely gorgeous saddle between the humps. The rubies and garnets embedded on the saddle shone brightly under the sun. The riders on the camels were also well equipped. They were all wearing red bronze scale armor, and their heads were covered with bronze teeth and long black feathers. Danny could not tell what kind of animal they were imitating. As if specially prepared to welcome Danny, there were no outsiders at the city gate facing the Red Wasteland. 2 rows of camel riders started from the city gate in an orderly manner and stretched out for a full 200 meters. Ho ho ho! The riders raised the shiny bronze spears in their hands and shouted in unison. The tips of the spears were tied with colorful ribbons. As the riders raised their arms, the ribbons floated like clouds. The people of Queers did not shout, "Welcome, Mother of Dragons," to Queers, or anything like that. They only used the most enthusiastic actions to welcome the guest. Danny rode the camel and walked side by side with Zero at the front. Korra, the Blood Brotherhood, the wizard, and Kashi followed closely behind. When they got close to the city wall, Danny found that there were all kinds of animals carved on the red rock wall, snakes that slithered and crawled, kites that spread their wings, fish that glided and swam, wolves that howled at the moon on the hills, and even zebras and elephants. But when Danny got close to the city gate, the solid bronze wooden gate that was just closed opened with a creak. Queers had 3 city walls. After passing through the gate on the outer wall, a group of children immediately ran over. They carried baskets of flowers and smiled as they followed Danny's camel. They threw colorful petals at her, and Danny kept returning the sweetest smile. In fact, she had been complaining about the strange customs of the people of Queers. The children only wore golden sandals on their feet and nothing else on their bodies. However, they were not naked. Their bodies were covered with colorful drawings. The middle wall was 12 meters tall and made of gray granite. There were also many carvings on it, but they were not of wild beasts. Instead, they were vivid and lifelike war scenes. Warriors crossed swords, contradictions struck each other, arrows rained down below the city, heroes were fighting, babies were being slaughtered, and burning crematoria. The iron and solid wooden gate opened wide, and the clamor and cheers were like a flood that suddenly rushed towards Danny, who had just entered the city gate. Those were the cheers and shouts of countless people. There was a long street between the middle wall and the inner wall. The street was filled with colorful buildings. There were dreamy rose-colored stone buildings, violet towers, bronze arches inlaid with green jade. The balconies of these buildings were filled with people of Queers. The women wore toga robes that exposed one side of their breasts, while the men preferred silk skirts with beads. The fair-skinned people of Queers were either throwing red rose petals, waving colorful scarves in their hands, or shouting at Danny, "Dang! Dang! Dang!" The bell on the city tower rang. Danny suddenly let out a strange smile. It was time to play the Undead Overture. She was the Arthas who was receiving the cheers of her people while rushing to the palace to kill her father. The inner wall was 15 meters tall and made of black marble. There were scenes of men and women making love on the wall. Well, they were commonly known as erotic paintings. Part of the customs of the people of Queers could be seen from this. As Danny approached, the gate of the inner city, which was inlaid with golden eyes, slowly opened like the mouth of a giant beast. Only the pedestrians on the street stopped and looked at Danny and her group with curiosity. There was no special welcoming ceremony in the inner city. Danny saw the miraculous towers of this world. The tall spires were as dense as a jungle. There was an animal-shaped fountain in every square they walked past. Under the noon sun, there was a small rainbow hanging in the sky. It was beautiful. The merchant Kaya said proudly to Danny, "Queers is the greatest city in history. It is the center of the world, the gateway between the north and the south, the bridge between the east and the west. It is ancient and has surpassed the memory of people. It makes all the cities in the world ugly and pale in comparison." This bragging. I don't believe it. When ancient Valeglia was still around, you would dare to say such things to the Dragon King. Yes, I have been to the 9 free trade cities, except for Volantis. None of them deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as the pearl of this strait. Danny complimented happily. She could not help but notice the statues placed on both sides of the arcades. The ancient heroes of the city stood majestically on white marble pillars. It was as if they were waiting for the day when the Dothraki would come and take them to Horse King City to be placed on the Avenue of the Gods together with the thousands of stone statues. After passing through the arcades, the Khalasar stopped in front of a market. This was the intersection of a few streets. Danny had to decide which road to take next and which house to visit. The market was located in a huge building with many openings. The checkered ceiling was the home of thousands of colorful birds. Lush trees and flowers grew on the platform above the shop. Inside the shop, there was a dazzling array of goods. Exquisite creations from all over the world were gathered here. "Oh, Danny Rise, my unparalleled beauty, no matter what you like, just open your mouth and I will immediately bring it to you," the merchant said exaggeratedly. All of Queers is hers. She has no need for these little things. The blue-lipped Haya Bodhi shouted from the other side. "Listen to me, Khaleesi. Come with me to the Hall of Immortality. There, you will drink truth and wisdom." Ha ha ha, what can your Hall of Dust provide for her? Zero said proudly to the great wizard. The 13th tycoon will give her a crown made of black jade and flame stone. Danny's face immediately lit up with joy. She tactfully rejected the male wizard and said, Lord Haya, you know my background and understand my desire. The Garden of Liang may be good, but it is not a place for long-term love. I won't hide it. I long to return to the King's Landing's Red Keep. That is where I belong. You better not have any evil thoughts. Otherwise, one day, I will lead 100,000 Dothraki roaring warriors to ransack this city. She was determined, but she had to make the people of Queers believe that she was not a threat or ambition to this city. Haya's blue lips curled up as if he was smiling elegantly. In fact, he was mocking Danny's naivety in believing the shameless merchant. Just you wait. One day, you will come to me on your own accord. Khaleesi, you have wisdom beyond your age. Please accept my gift. We will talk another day. He handed over a jar of ointment and nodded to Danny. On the way to Queers, you showed your desire for mysterious power. This jar of holy oil can help you see the spirit of the air. After Danny took the gift, he rode his camel and left in another direction. Your Majesty, you have made the wisest choice. The merchant looked at the wizard's departing figure and said in a low voice, There is a saying in Queers, a wizard's house is bones and lies. We are all jackals of the same tribe. Why laugh like a crow laughing at a pig? Chapter 40. Zero lived up to his name as one of the 13 giants of Quills. Even the knowledgeable Danny was amazed by the residence he had prepared for her. There was a large garden full of exotic flowers, a wide marble bath, a towering crystal divination tower, an observatory, and even a garden labyrinth. The palace was even larger than the bazaar she had seen before. It could fit twice as many people, let alone 200. In fact, Zero had prepared 200 servants for her. After the Colossus centaurs had settled down in the palace, Danny sat by the pool, enjoying the pleasure of the fish kissing her toes. She was amazed that the Quills people even had kissing fish. Suddenly, the sky above her darkened. She turned around and was surprised to see Kuei appear silently beside her. I'm leaving, she said. Oh, goodbye. Danny was shocked. She thought something had happened. Be careful. Kuei said without thinking. She was stunned for a moment before asking, be careful of what? Be careful of everyone. From now on, they would have to witness this miracle of rebirth day and night, and then greed would suddenly arise. Because a dragon's flesh is made of fire, and fire is power. Dragons are the source of all mysterious power. Although the red mask covered her expression, Danny could still hear the seriousness in her voice. After warning Danny, Kuei left as inconspicuously as she had come. Danny had lost interest in the luxurious life of the palace. She immediately called Korra and the Blood Brotherhood to the pool. She told them about Kuei's warning while letting them enjoy the gentle kissing of the kissing fish. I don't like her, because I can't see through her. Korra spoke first. Every Shadowbinder deserves our vigilance, but she didn't threaten us this time. From the moment we entered this city, I felt a very unfriendly aura. It made it hard for me to feel at ease. I don't like the way the milk people look at us. Ricardo's expression was heavy. He gritted his teeth and said, it's like they're looking at a rare animal caught from a barbaric land. The skin of the Quills was unusually white, milky white. It was clearly whiter than that of other white people, so the Dothraki called them milkmen. Danny looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect her Blood Alliance guard to have such sharp senses. That's right, the people of Queers had warmly welcomed them today, but there were many different kinds of welcome. Welcoming VIPs to the city and welcoming pandas to the city was definitely different. Therefore, when Danny passed through the middle Wall Street, she would unconsciously put herself in the shoes of Arthas. Lordaeron welcomed Arthas's victorious return with the sound of bells, cheers, and petals that filled the sky. Arthas then unleashed the undead calamity in Lordaeron and massacred the entire city. They want to see the dragons. Danny turned to Kuei Luo. Arrange 2 groups of guards, one in the open and one in the dark, to guard the 3 dragons. As long as they're here, they can't let their guard down. Ag, Jogo, arrange for people, men and women, to find out the topography of our base, the structure of the houses, and the situation of the palace guards. Finally, she looked at Yora solemnly. Sir, I understand our current situation very well. So, I want you to go to the streets, the docks, the taverns, and even the brothels. Find out the attitude of the ordinary people of Quills towards us, as well as information about the upper class of Quills. After some thought, she added, since this is the center of trade between the Westerners and the Eastern world, there must be Westerners and merchants from other cities. While you're looking for information, you can also spread the news about me and my dragons. This. Sir Yora looked hesitant. You were worried that the usurper would send someone to assassinate you. Now that you've taken the initiative to announce to the merchants of the 7 kingdoms that you're returning to the Westeros with your dragons, then, even if the usurper is dead, there's still his son. Sigh, that was then and this is now. The matter of the dragon hatching has been exposed. If the King's Landing has been keeping an eye on me, they'll definitely know about it immediately. Why don't we make this the focus of attention? Not only will it protect us, but it would also distract everyone's attention and conceal her true goal. That night, Dany enjoyed the luxurious food that came with the luxurious palace, stir-fried peacock tongue. Damn it, using peacock tongue to cook, even the most gluttonous ancient people of the Celestial Empire wouldn't have thought of it, right? Early the next morning, just as Kashi had warned her, the powerful people of Quills arrived at Zero's palace in a palanquin surrounded by a large group of servants. Zero accompanied them to Dany's residence. They claimed that they were overwhelmed by her beauty and noble background, and sincerely presented her with gifts of silk, jewels, rare animals, dwarves with special skills, and so on. In the end, they praised the greatness of the dragon with tears streaming down their faces as they looked around with wide eyes. Well, the people of Quills loved to cry. They believed that crying was a symbol that made them appear more civilized. Dany understood what they meant and didn't refuse. She immediately took the chained dragon out, causing the nobles of Quills to cry even harder. The upper class of Quills was made up of 3 major organizations: the royal family, the merchants, and the wizards. In the era when the Megalosaurus disappeared and magic was extinct, the once powerful wizards lost their power and authority. The royal family controlled Quill's camel cavalry and the city's fleet, nominally ruling the city. The merchants formed the 3 most powerful guilds, the 13 magnates, the Tourmaline Brotherhood, and the Ancient Spice Guild. In a city of commerce, the real power was, of course, in the hands of the merchants. However, the internal struggle between the 3 guilds was very intense. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to keep the royal family in check, they would have already fought for control of the city. On the first day, it was the other 13 magnates who visited Dany. On the second day, it was the Tourmaline Brotherhood. After the gem merchants saw the Dragon King, they specially spent a week to create a 3-headed dragon crown for Dany. The magic dragon's curled body was gold, its wings were silver, and its 3 heads were carved from jade, ivory, and agate. On the third day, the Ancient Spice Guild gave Dany 77 boxes of precious spices from all over the world. Well, when the Targaryens united the 7 kingdoms, in order to integrate into the Westeros as conquerors, they abandoned the ancient gods of Valeglia and converted to the Church of the 7 Gods. In theory, Dany should also believe in the Church of the 7 Gods. And to the followers of the Church of the 7 Gods, 7, 77, and 777 were all auspicious numbers. On the 4th day, Dany began to receive the middle and lower class people of Quill's power. Small merchants, government officials, fleet commanders, camel cavalry captains. When she asked if the Zero royal family would come, he said with disdain, "The royal family now, other than supreme dignity and ancient glory, what else is left? You should accommodate them and take the initiative to meet them." However, it was not that easy to meet the royal family. In order to be summoned by the royal family, one must have the qualifications, and this qualification was in the hands of a few powerful people. To put it simply, Just like how Tang Sanzang needed to send people to Anandakasayapa to get the scriptures from Buddha, Danny had to get through all the checkpoints and send enough people to meet the royal family. Even if one wanted to get in through the back door, one had to have the connections. If one could not find the connections, sending gifts randomly would be a waste of manpower and money. Zero righteously said that he knew the ropes and could teach her who to look for, who to send gifts to, and how much to give to each person. Danny wanted to say, "Fuck you, I don't buy it." But Cora had found out the general situation of Quills in the past few days. The royal family had indeed lost the actual control of the city, but the camel cavalry and the moat fleet were under the royal family's control. Danny did not understand why the royal family, who had military power, had lost their ruling position. Perhaps this was the characteristic of a trading city-state. Or perhaps the merchants were richer and could hire more armed forces, such as mercenaries. Zero's persuasion of Danny to use connections to meet the royal family was not a secret among the higher-ups. The royal family had most likely already opened their pockets and was waiting for her to throw in gold coins. If she did not go, she would be disrespecting the royal family, and disrespecting the royal family would mean that they were not friends. "Humph, not friends, not guests, then I can make a move on you," Cora advised her. "This is the custom of Quills. Even in Westeros, you don't necessarily enjoy the rights of a guest just because you visit my house. The rights of a guest only come into effect when the guest is under the roof of the host and receives bread and salt provided by the host. If the host places an unsheathed sword on his knee, it means that he has no intention of establishing a guest relationship with the guest, and the guest's rights naturally do not exist. But isn't it too low to ask for bribes? Is it also popular in the Seven Kingdoms for hosts to ask for gifts from their guests?" Danny said angrily. "Cough, cough, cough." Cora coughed as if he had been choked. Even his full beard could not hide the redness on his face. "No way." Danny opened her mouth wide in disbelief. "It's not as blatant as Quills." Sir Cora hurriedly explained, "The guest gives a guest gift to the host mainly to express his gratitude for the food and shelter provided by the host. And when the guest leaves, the host may also give a guest gift to the other party. This tradition usually happens when the guest is in a weaker position, because he is afraid that the host will deny the guest's rights." Danny did not pay attention to the details when she was watching the drama. What Cora said was especially obvious between the Night Watchers and the Savage caste. The Savage caste beyond the Great Wall, the first ghost father of the world of ice and fire. He married his own daughter, and continued to marry the daughters that his daughter gave birth to. In this way, he continuously married dozens of daughters and granddaughters. He also had sons, but all of his sons were sacrificed to the deviant ghosts as soon as they were born. It could be said that other than the Night King, almost all of the deviant ghosts were his sons. Deviant ghosts were different from corpses. Deviant ghosts were transformed from living people, while corpses were dead people who were revived by deviant ghosts. Without caste providing a house and food, the Night Watchers who left the Great Wall and went north would almost double the mortality rate. Therefore, the Night Watchers had to ask caste for help. Not only did they turn a blind eye to his incest, but they were also often blackmailed by caste for iron weapons, which were guest gifts. It was also because of the guest's rights that the Night Watchers commander-in-chief, Elder Xiong, could not harm caste even if he knew that he was related to the deviant ghosts. The guest's rights were two-sided. Not only could the host not harm the guest, but the guest would also not harm the host even if the host was making a deal with the devil. Cora saw that Danny was in deep thought and could not help but persuade her again. The ancestors have a tradition of guests' rights, and the Undulls have a similar law. Perhaps the guests' rights are universal, but the specific forms of expression are different. Alright, I give gifts to the royal family. I hope that they can give me some guest gifts too. Danny sighed. Chapter 41. Although Danny had never thought of asking Zero to help her with the money, that guy kept saying that he loved her, but he never offered to help her. Danny had to pay for the help herself, and he was only responsible for telling her who to ask for help. For the first step, Danny brought a red mare, a gray bison hunted from the border of the red wastelands, and a large black dog bought from the market to the temple of the queers. The milk people worshipped the god of memory that she had never heard of before, so she sacrificed herself to the god of memory's priests. The mare represented the centaur's sacrifice, and the bison was an ancient custom. It was said that before this trading city was built, the original milk people hunted the creatures of the red wastelands for a living. The closer to the center of the red wastelands, the hotter the temperature, and the harsher the environment. The plains near the sea were rich in water, and there were many wild animals and plants. As for the black dog, it was very strange. The people of Queers, like the great celestial empire, loved the taste of dog meat. The priest was very satisfied with Danny's understanding of the situation. The old milk person with snow-white hair and skin told Danny that she could come to the god of memory to search for the memories of time. After asking again, Danny understood that this was also the library of the people of Queers. The priest of the god of memory was also the city's historian. For thousands of years, they had recorded every major event that happened in Queers. Mother of dragons, your dragon, your centaur warriors, your great feat of crossing the purgatory plains to Queers, and even your trip to the temple today, have already become a part of the god of memory's history. The old man said with a smile. If it was the original Danny, she might not be interested in books that recorded history, but the current Danny was screaming in her heart, worth it, it's so worth it, 2,000 Queers gold coins is completely worth it. On the surface, she only gave 3 beasts, but last night, Ago and 4 centaurs carried 2 boxes of newly exchanged radiant coins into the old priest's backyard. Yes, he really went through the back door. From the back door in the alley, he entered the backyard of the old shaman's favorite 13-year-old mistress residence. Qualls used the radiant coin, which had been popular since ancient Valeglia. It was a round currency with a crown on the front and a hideous skull on the back. The radiant coin was relatively small. 1 radiant coin was only 1/3 of the weight of a gold royal. 2,000 coins would be about 2,000 times 4,000 is equal to 8 million yuan in purchasing power. This was equivalent to the Middle Ages, and their productivity was far inferior to the modern Celestial Empire. 2,000 radiant dollars was definitely a huge sum of money. It was easy to understand why the old shaman was so nice to Danny. After obtaining the library card from the memory temple, the second back door Danny went through was the keeper of the register of Queers, who were also the city's administrative officials. Bags of gold coins were sent out, and Danny suddenly found that half of the Zhuaji's gold that she had stashed away had been used up. She told Zero bitterly, I have no money left. I only have some antique jewelry that I excavated from the City of Bones. Zero's heart was as cold as ice in the face of a peerless beauty's request for help. He did not have the slightest intention of paying out of his own pocket. Instead, he gave her a bad idea. The news of the existence of a true dragon has spread throughout the East, and more dragon seekers have come to visit. Now, there are countless people in Queers who want to see you and your dragon. Why don't you accept their requests? At the same time, everyone who meets you will receive a gift. Danny thought about it. This was beneficial to her. Not to mention how many zoo tickets she could receive, as long as her reputation was spread, and she and her dragon were known in the East, some people would not dare to use the most direct and vicious methods against her. Wasn't this the reason why she asked Cora to spread the news of the dragon in the docks and the taverns on the streets? When no one knew that she had a dragon, she would rather hide in the White Cloud City for a long time and try her best not to let this news leak out. But as long as one outsider knew about her and her dragon, then the hidden plan would be completely destroyed. When no one knew about the birth of the dragon, she was the safest, and her threat index was 1 star. When a few people knew about the birth of a true dragon, she was the most dangerous, and her threat index was 4 stars. In the Far East, after everyone knew about her story, some people had scruples, and her threat index was lowered, and her threat index was 3 stars. When the news traveled tens of thousands of kilometers and reached the Westeros in the far west, her threat index rose again, and her threat index soared to the most dangerous 5 stars. But whether it was a few people or all of Queers who knew, the speed at which news of her dragon spread to the Westeros would not change. Given the distance between Queers and King's Landing, she had about 2 years of buffer time for the news to spread quickly. Either her dragon could grow up in the next 2 years, or Dany could establish perfect security measures in the next 2 years, which was commonly known as building up her own force. In that case, she needed money. Dany agreed to Xero's plan to build a megalosaurus zoo. That afternoon, Yora brought a captain to the living room of her palace. "Your Highness, I've brought you a sea merchant from the Midsummer Islands." It was a black uncle. His dark skin was like polished obsidian, dark and shiny. "Your Highness, my name is Kuhuluimo, the captain of the Laurel Wind. I come from High Tree Town in the Midsummer Islands." The black man with a yellow and green feather cape, dressed like a peacock, bowed and introduced himself. "He brings you news of King's Landing," Yora said. "You came from King's Landing?" Dany asked. "No, I set off from the old town half a year ago, and brought a ship full of wine from Qingting Island." "You've been away from home for a long time, and you must miss the taste of home, just like how the people of the Seven Kingdoms miss you," Kuhula said. He had given Dany 3 barrels of high-quality wine as a gift. If they were sold in Queers Market, they could be exchanged for 4 radiant coins. How stingy! But she quickly remembered that this captain's business wasn't very big. 4 radiant coins was already quite a fortune for him. "Thank you for your gift." Dany sat on a sofa made of soft cushions and nodded to the Midsummer Islanders. "I'm looking forward to you bringing me news of the 7 Kingdoms. Sigh, it would be even better if you came from King's Landing." "Your Highness, King's Landing is facing a war, and no foreign merchants dare to go there. It's useless even if they go. After the death of the usurper, King's Landing is in chaos. They can't even feed themselves, so where would they find the goods to sell to us?" The black captain sat on a small stool, and his words were full of disdain for the current ruler of King's Landing. "There's a city of knowledge in the old town, and news of the 7 Kingdoms gather there. After all, every noble has a scholar to serve them, and all the scholars come from the city of knowledge. When I stayed in the old town, I asked around about the current situation of the 7 Kingdoms." Dany felt that he was a little long-winded, so she asked directly, "How did the usurper die?" "He was killed by a demon-like beast." "I want to know who killed him." "You don't really believe that he died under the tusks of a wild boar, do you?" Dany said lightly. As if he sensed Dany's impatience, the captain of Laurel Wind quickly said, "There are indeed many conspiracy theories about the reason for the king's death. Now, the 14-year-old King Joffrey has ascended the throne, but everyone knows that the political affairs are controlled by the Lannister family. The scholar's apprentice in the tavern once swore that the queen betrayed the king and gave birth to a bastard child with her brother. Because her actions were exposed, she took the risk of murdering her husband. Thus, the throne completely fell into the hands of the Lannister family. It was not difficult to understand why Robert's 2 brothers fled King's Landing. Rumor has it that the brothers Bella and Theon intend to counterattack King's Landing and proclaim themselves king. When I left, there was a rumor that Duke Renly intended to rebel with the Tyrells of Highcourt. Highcourt and Stormlands, the little king's position is not secure. In addition to the rumor that the queen murdered the king, there are also rumors that the prime minister killed the king. The new king and queen immediately claimed that Ed Stark murdered his king. Some believed it, some doubted it, but it was said that most of the citizens of King's Landing believed it. Gods above, I remember that the Prime Minister was King Robert's best friend. How can anyone think that he betrayed the kingdom? Yes, the others don't believe that Ed Stark would betray the kingdom. Are the people of King's Landing crazy or stupid? Cora nodded in agreement. He said with certainty, even if the Eversummer comes, that guy will not tarnish his precious honor. Didn't Ed Stark betray the kingdom 15 years ago? To the people of King's Landing, he has long lost his honor. It doesn't matter if he loses it again. Dany giggled. Cora immediately shook his head and shouted, "That's not the same, Your Highness. Although it is disrespectful, you have to understand that King Aerys killed his father and brother in succession, and bluntly asked the people of the north to hand him over. His betrayal of your father is an honor, not a loss of honor. After spending a few months with Dany, he knew her character. If it was the original Dany Rise, Cora would never have said such a thing. After Stark was imprisoned, what was the reaction of the North? Cora asked the captain nervously. He was from the North, and his family were all vassals of Stark. It is said that the moment Father was arrested, the young master gathered his vassals and prepared an army. About 20,000 Northerners crossed the neck and headed south. Sigh. Cora sighed and muttered with his eyes lost, I don't know how many of my cousins will die this time. It seemed that only a little lowly named Lyanna was left. Dany looked at her knight with pity and asked, How many children does your aunt have? 5. All 5 are daughters. The youngest is about 6 years old, Cora said. Sigh, so tragic. Only that 6-year-old child is left. Not long after, his father will also die tragically in Cast's mud castle because of the trampling of the guests' rights. Thinking of this, Dany almost wanted to tell him to restrain his grief. This was also because she had only watched the TV series. In order to simplify the characters, the director had removed many of the Mormont family's daughters. In the original book of Song of Ice and Fire, the Mormont family only had one person die in the Red Wedding. It was Cora's eldest cousin. Therefore, she did not need to worry about him at all. The young master is Robb Stark, he asked the Black Captain. Yes, Robb Stark is the commander. He's only 14 years old, right? Cora's expression was dim. I've seen that kid before. He's half a year younger than the princess. He's as tender as a flower bud in summer. What should we do? This time, there's an 80% chance that the brat will drag the entire northern region down with him. It was really a prophecy. Maybe he was born handsome. Dany comforted him. Then I should be even more worried. Cora rubbed his face and said faintly, if he loses the battle as soon as he leaves the Neck, the people of the North will immediately retreat to the Neck. Then they will never lose in this game of power. For more than 10,000 years, no army has defeated the defenders of the Neck head-on. If that kid is lucky and wins 1 or 2 battles, his heart will become arrogant. Then the North will really be finished.